Welcome to F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age. It's day 2. It's great to have you here with us this morning. What a super lineup of speakers I have in store for you. You're going to love it. But before we get started, I would like to thank my sponsor, Paul Nicholas, CEO of OttoMoto, for making this all possible for attendees to be here at no cost. Yesterday and today, our speakers are talking about this revolution that's underway right before our eyes when it comes to digital retailing, leveraging technology to beat this competitor at their own game. And I can tell OttoMoto is revolutionizing the way lenders are getting into this game to buy even more deals for both independent and franchise dealers. OttoMoto is bypassing the big guns to offer lending options otherwise not available. This is so cool. But before we go ahead and kick off our keynote speaker, Brian Kramer, let me go ahead and share with you our speaker agenda with you this morning. Again, Paul Nicholas with OttoMoto is first up after Brian Kramer. Joe St. John with StoneEagle, What's Not to Love? Joe St. John has his eye on what's taking place in dealerships and how to leverage this technology to really get that impact that sticks. Real talk that really makes a difference in this digital transformation world dealers are finding themselves in. And Ted Inks, Fixed Ops Roundtable, he talks about customer communication. And then there's Matt Lasher with Herr Automotive Group. Well, he is the Executive Director and VP of Operations for Streamline Auto. He discusses how to check the blind spots and improve that performance. Steve Burke, Agora, Chief Executive Officer, discusses F&I scores. Well, they're just not everything, and how dealers are maximizing profits while taking their financing in-house. Dora Muzi, the F&I manager for Germain Toyota, she is actually going to walk us through this traditional process from completely digital and what that meant. You don't want to miss this one. So we really do have a great day ahead or in store for you. So if you will, give me a couple seconds to go ahead, kick off Brian Kramer, General Manager, Germain Toyota, Lincoln. Now this digital transformation, by moving forward, no matter what, is how you move mountains. And I'll tell you, he quotes, burn all the ships in the harbor that limit or create a fallback position to succeeding with digital transformation. So let's go ahead. Let me get Brian Kramer kicked off. All right. Well, welcome, Brian Kramer, to F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age. And I am so grateful that you were able to go ahead and kick us off. So with that said, some people may or may not know. I can't imagine that some would not know who Brian Kramer is. But if you wouldn't mind, share with everyone who you are, what do you do, and then we're going to get into the nitty gritty from your experience from changing that traditional format process in your dealerships to customers coming online to creating that digitalized process from online to in dealership to finalizing that transaction in the F&I office. So go ahead, Brian, bring it on.
Well, I hope I can add some value today. My name is Brian Kramer. I started off in the car business right out of high school as a lot porter, sold cars, did F&I, sale, new car manager, used car manager, and everything on the variable side up to general manager back in 2003. And then I've been a general manager since. I'm currently the general manager of Germain Toyota and Germain Lincoln in beautiful Naples, Florida, our little fishing village down here.
It's a gorgeous place to be. That's for sure. So when I was introduced to you, I understood that Brian's a bit different. Brian is a forward thinker. doesn't take no for an answer, and literally has turned this DR upside down. And I'm like, person that I want to get to know and meet. So with that, let's talk about what is this digital retailing? What does that all mean to you? And there's a lot of different definitions about DR and how dealers are going about that whole thing, that whole process.
Well, that's a great question. So there's a lot of different ways you can look at digital retail. You can look at it as a lead generation tool, and then you take that lead and then you try to just get them in. We, I guess it was 2017, decided we were going to go down this road, and we knew we needed to disrupt things, and it's just a matter of time before it was disrupted. So the whole management team here, we all agreed that we were going to go, cannonball in instead of toe dipping it. And we were just going to make our entire process the digital retail experience. So rather than, we have one process for the floor, one process for the internet, one process for our service drive. It was just one process. And all the salespeople got iPads. We chose Upstart, which was Prodigy back then, as our tool, which is probably the more challenging because of the way that it works and the workflow. It starts at the beginning in the showroom digitally, or it starts online digitally. It doesn't matter where the customer begins. We meet them where they want to be met. But it also is very much like going to a doctor's office ahead of time. If the doctor sends you an appointment confirmation, they tell you can save 45 minutes if you complete all this information. We give the clients that option. And, as we've spoken before, they say that 5% of the people will go start to finish, which is what we see. Some people say 3. I've seen it as high as 7. And that really is about as many people that want to go from start to finish. And most of those people are out of state, to be candid. But we find that 92% of them choose to do one of the steps online. And I think that's a very critical point. If you choose that you're not going to do virtual appraisals, well, some months for us, that's 70% of our business. If we don't give them that option, somebody else will. If we don't give fully integrated credit applications, and what I mean by that is in our workflow, as they're typing it into our DR tool, we have requirements for 2 years of residence, 2 years of job time, all the things that are going to be required in Route 1 or Dealer Track, because we're building the deal. And we're also checking off our Fair Credit Reporting Agency, Reporting Act, or our Graham-Leach-Bliley checkpoints throughout the whole thing. So we're also completing our compliance checklist along the way in a blockchain type approach. So what that does is it takes all that mental fatigue off of the associates. Oh, did I grab this? Did I grab that? Oh, I forgot that form. Hold on, go back out there, tell me you need this and this and this. So we're trying to make it as simple, even though it's complicated, sounds complicated. Everything has to be aligned towards simplicity for us. And everything, we just assume that everybody's going to buy. We don't start the DR process. I know that, some of my peers, some of my friends begin the process right when the customer agrees they're going to buy a car. Now we digitize it before it goes into the finance office. And now we start scrambling to do a paperwork workflow or digital workflow. We do it from day one. So ideally, if a customer has been researching for 18 hours, they've decided, basically what car they wanted. Right now with the availability, it's a little different animal. They've already appraised their car. We allow them to put their VIN number in. And we find that when we extend trust to the customers, they trust us more and they're more honest, and they don't lowball us on what they think or highball us on what they think the trade's worth, expecting a lowball back from us. We encourage them to look for a trade value, and then we tell them we're going to buy it from you, whether or not if you buy a car at our competitor, we're still going to buy the car from you for that. The same way that CarMax has done for years and years, but we don't over allow, and all of these things lead up to it becoming more simple. So I had an experience recently with buying a generator, and I'm calling all these different people, and they said, well, we got to come out there. And I said, well, I already know. I'll tell you how many square feet my house is. It's a ranch. It's set up like this. Here's the rooms. I just need to get an idea. I've got 2 refrigerators. These are the appliances that I have. Just give me a ballpark. Is it 10 grand, 5 grand, 15 grand, 20? I just want to see, I'm not even trying to negotiate. I know there's a, supply chain shortage. Well, we can't go over that because that's the thing. We just need to come out there for a few minutes. And I said, well, but I just gave you all the information. What do you need to come out here for? Because I don't want to go through this for 2 or 3 hours. I got a lot of stuff to do. If it makes sense, I'll buy it right now and I'll agree to it. Well, we got a policy. We don't give prices over the phone. And I'm like, I said, what's the brand? And I'm not going to, say which one it was. But then as I'm talking to that person, I get on Google and I'm typing it into the computer, and immediately I hit shopping on Google. It takes me to that. I find out, exactly what the price of the generators were. And I'm like, get I'm looking at it right now and I've got a pretty good idea. How long would it take to get one of these installed? Well, you don't even know how much they are yet. And I realized at that moment that person wasn't empowered. Their company trusted their third-party providers, because I didn't get it from that company. I got it from the third-party listings, and I pulled it up. Yeah, local tool supply and all these other third parties that are just lead generators that then sell the leads back to the person that I'm calling for a premium, and then they're going to put my name on there, just like we do with our third-party leads.
That's right.
Because we don't give our salespeople the empowerment to price a car, but we give it to all our third-party providers. And then they come back in, and then we ask our salespeople, why are you quoting prices? But we're doing it ourselves. So why not just cut out the middleman and just go directly to the consumer and empower our people to do it, simplify the process? So that's kind of the way we look at digital retail.
Well, I know for some, they get a bit concerned about, and I've been in conversations about this, giving customers too much information, and not necessarily is a good thing in what they do with that information that we give them. I agree. Give control to get control. Give customers the ability to do not only shopping for that vehicle, but maybe even determining payment options in advance. And some say, wait a second, not too fast here. I'm okay if I give customers some information. Let's get them in the dealership. Let's just get them in the dealership. And that's what's going on out there, Brian.
Well, it's not just going on in our business. It goes on in every business. My wife used to sell real estate. And I remember that people would ask her, hey, what's my house worth? And she's like, well, I have to wait till I get back to the office to get on the MLS and figure it out. There's a lot of factors that go into that. But that really hasn't changed today. If you call most realtors, they're going to say, well, you know what, it's a complicated process. We got to bring an appraiser out. So, it's going to be $500 that's non-refundable. You're going to have to pay them. And then we go from there. And all the meanwhile, while people are saying that, I know what my house is worth. I'm sure you know what yours is worth. And probably everybody on this call knows what their house is worth. And if you ask them, they didn't find out from their realtor, because the realtor has the information, but they're unwilling to share it, which is why Zillow exists and Redfin and all these, and Realtor.com. It should be MLS.com. That should be the go-to, because they've had the data the whole time. And by withholding that data, it created the opportunity for somebody else to move into the space. And then, a realtor would say, yeah, but Zillow's not going to buy your house. Well, guess what? Now they will with HomeWatch, and they'll write a check on the spot. And now they're disrupting that in such a huge way, because everybody had such a scarcity mindset to not let go of what they had, versus just letting it go and letting the market take care of it on an exponential level. And I know what you're talking about, because most people I talk to tell me that what I just said is real estate's completely different. You can use whatever analogy you want to use. Carvana, CarMax is the best sleeper. They've been giving people trade values and been taking all of our cherry trades for decades, and we've been letting them do it. So,
amen. I remember when CarMax first started coming out with that whole idea, and that was, I'm going to date myself, 20 years ago. And CarMax, Circuit City, CarMax, whoever, but I'll put a number on your trade, no problem. Just come on in. And I'm thinking, why are you doing that? What's up with that? Well, look what they created. Everyone who wants to trade in a vehicle, where did they go first?
It's the household name.
Yeah.
Not only that, because of the trust they built, their average transaction price is a lot higher than franchise dealers is. If you
That's
take a
right.
look, I mean, it's crazy. They don't list them on third-party websites. They build it through trust, relationships, the brand.
Mhm.
And that's really where we need to get to, I think, as an industry, is focusing on the brand, less about price, less about payments. You don't ever see a CarMax commercial that's saying payments as low as, prices, discounts as much as this, $5,000 over KBB for your trade. They don't do it.
Just in the marketing alone, yes, and how we approach that, that certainly makes sense. And maybe some of that is changing, with this lack of chips that we're dealing with and inventory and that sort of thing. How do you see that all playing out in the
Well,
next?
hopefully, I personally see it playing out pretty well, assuming that there's no political
Yeah,
repercussions. The whole thing with the Ukraine, they produce a lot of the neon that is used to make the chips,
that's right.
microchips and semiconductors. So that, who knows, that's 90%, I guess, of the supply comes out of the Ukraine, and then Taiwan makes 67% of the chips. So assuming those two things don't go the wrong way, everything I see from Ford, General Motors, Toyota,
Hmm.
they're still predicting record months from now until the end of the year. And Southeast Toyota is projecting, I think, 380,000 cars or something, which would be an all-time record. And I know with us personally, January and February, we didn't start off the way that we wanted to, just because of supply constraints.
Right, right.
But they're still maintaining the same forecast. So they think that from manufacturing standpoint, they can still catch up. And from what I see on our end, March, we've got a really strong allocation. And it looks like between now and the end of the year, it's just going to keep on each month, a little bit more and a little bit more, in a positive way every month for the rest of the year.
Okay, so that being said, dealers, let's face it, are making more with less. Or higher profits front end, higher profits on the back end. Do you see that continuing?
As long as they stay disciplined. I mean, I know that, we're guilty of it as well, of taking our eye off the ball and not maybe being as hungry and as disciplined. And you don't
Mhm.
have to push as much when you're in that situation.
Right,
So
right, right.
Wendell Hardy, our GSM, does a phenomenal job of reminding them multiple times a day so that nobody gets comfortable, because that, and there's a lot. It's easy to do right now, but if you get comfortable in this market when the supply does come back, and it's gonna, everything always happens. It's gradually and then suddenly, but when that happens, it's going to catch a lot of people by surprise. And I think, like you and myself and a lot of others, we're
Mhm.
sitting there going, "Hey, there's a tsunami over there," and they're like, it's a mile out. Okay, well, let's just
We'll
figure out
wait till
first
it gets.
where we're gonna go for lunch, and then we'll
Mhm.
talk about all that. That's not something I got to deal with right this second.
That's right. It's not a priority for training. And believe me, Mike, I mean, I'll tell you, more and more dealers feel as if, hey, I can cut back on that training right now because we don't have the inventory, we have this, that, and the other. So, yeah, I don't think that they're necessarily planning for the future, and making sure that their people are trained up and have the skill set necessary, right? To be able to handle when this all normalizes, right? And it's going to be a little bit not as easy as it was, obviously, to get that full retail deal front and obviously back end.
Now, I personally, and this is my personal opinion, it wouldn't be the first or last time that I'm wrong, but those that are committed, like CarMax, that are committed to making the process as easy and simple as humanly possible, I don't think that their business is going to get affected as much as some others, because when it does go back and you're still marketing, branding in a certain way, it's going to be more painful than the ones that do make it simple. And I think that experience, especially in the last 18 months, has become a competitive advantage. And anybody who's not focused on that, and if you're still, there's many dealers, as you know, that are still focused on the basics, and, well, we're not doing this, or we're not, we haven't gone to e-contracting, or we're not digital yet, and we'll deal with that when it gets there. I mean, that's like living in a straw house and the big bad wolf is coming, and you don't, you should be laying bricks right now with mortar, galvanized door, and not everybody's going to be behind that when the wolf comes into town, because winter's coming. I don't want to be like a naysayer, but it's just a matter of time. So if you don't have the basics done, there's so much technology coming with just all this different innovation and different 5G, Web3, blockchain technology. There's so much emerging technology that's maybe half baked there right now, that hasn't fully come to fruition. I'm piloting a new technology in the service department with a really exciting company that does the Internet of Things, that connects every step like a pizza tracker as it's going through the service department. And the same thing's going to happen with F&I to update clients as to where, paperwork's processed, it's ready to go, we're ready to come out for your interview. And if you're still working on the basics, and you're looking at your business and you're saying, yeah, I need to get my F&I managers doing an interview, that's the price of admission. You need to be looking at where it's going, not talking about where we are right now. That should already be done, because you're going to have to be doing virtual interviews and remote interviews and every other thing that we haven't even thought about yet. If you're still working on your existing process and not mastering, you should be a 10 out of 10 on that, because you can't go to the next step when they introduce the next whatever. You're not going to get, people are going to get punched in the mouth.
So what are your thoughts? What was so impressive was I was able to meet up with your F&I person who frankly got through this process of changing a traditional process, if you will, to a pretty much complete digital process. And it was literally where I would say maybe 90% for the most part. There are no documents that are being printed out of that office.
Only if there's an out-of-state deal.
An out-of-state deal or a off-site delivery, that type of thing.
Off-site deliveries are digital as well.
Okay, so you're doing a whole digital. You're doing that digitally as well.
Yep.
Okay.
Start to finish. Tags and title included.
Tag and okay, through DMVDL. Is that right?
Yep. Yes.
And so that takes all the title and registration completely off the floor as well.
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it take your F&I people to change, to put that, to actually implement and feel really good about it to where they are today?
The short answer to that is about 2.5 years, but it was a little bit here and a little bit there. And it wasn't just the F&I team. It's also, what are they going to be responsible for? What's the desk going to be responsible for? And making sure there's massive role clarity about what each person is going to do and what they're going to be held accountable to, so that there's minimum standards and insanely clear expectations. But and part of it was on me too, because I'm going so fast, not always taking the time to slow down, sharpen the blade, explain to everybody what's going on. They show up one day and all of a sudden, the printers aren't in their offices, and then they see a video on social media of me driving over them in my FJ Cruiser. And I probably should have given them more of a heads up. I mean, I did say, hey, if we don't get this fixed, they're going away. But there's a lot of other steps in between. But sometimes that's what it takes, is burning the ships in the harbor and coming up with one way. But I always try to at least allow them, if they can figure out a better way that accomplishes the end goal, that's better for the consumer, and it achieves what we're trying to achieve, I'm all ears for it.
So one of the things that you and I have talked about in the past, or just recently, is what your expectations are for F&I. And it isn't, I've always preached getting out there, getting involved, meeting customers at the salesperson's desk, wherever I need to meet the customer, whether that be at the salesperson's desk, it could be online, wherever that I can engage and connect with that customer. And you call it wherever you need to be in that space. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
So I would
where
say,
should they be?
It also starts with all the way back to the hiring and we run predictive analytics on all of our staff. Who's good at this? Who, so we can complement their strengths, and we can have this person balance this person out, because it's not about one person ever. It's about the synergy of the team and making sure that they're cohesive. And if we just had a bunch of big name wide receivers, it's nowhere near as powerful as a bunch of a tight unit that trusts each other, that it can still, the group performs at a higher level as the whole, the sum of the parts, than just the individuals. But to answer your question, I don't think that it's easy for top performing F&I managers to, and I've seen this in all the different dealerships and all of my friends all over across the country, that typically the highest performers are not good at paperwork, and vice versa, right? So a lot of people will put a combination of, okay, this person doesn't really run the numbers, but they get the CIT in order, and they're at least a cleanup person, so we're going to put them here. And then we've got this other person who's kind of running fast and loose, and the lug nuts aren't torqued, and we're going to look the other way because they sell a lot of products.
That's right.
And that's right. And that's typically
exactly right.
And what I thought of a few years ago was, what if I could get some amazing people, which we already had, that can sell products that aren't the best at paperwork, and I could automate that for them, and I could digitize that for them, and I could take that off their plate, not in a way where, most people look at the digitization of it and they say, oh, you're trying to eliminate my position. Oh, you're trying to get rid of my job. Or, like as Dora said, which was, I was numb or just oblivious, like I am to many things, because I'm looking at it from my perspective, not from other people's perspective. She's looking at it as, how many more things are you going to put on my plate? So now you want me to do this and load this and clean this and e-contract and hard plate tag and title. So now I'm a title agency as well, and do lien checks and do all these other things for the same amount of money. But what we found out is that the money becomes exponentially more through reduction of errors, through chargebacks, and from not having customers come back in that aren't clear on what everything was, or there's any type of confusion. There's no grenades going off, so they can sell more product. And ultimately, to answer your question, the whole goal of all this automation and digitization is so they're not sitting in their office, because when you have people like that, they need to be like a concierge or a maitre d' of a fine hotel or a St. Regis hotel or a restaurant, where they're just out, greeting customers, delighting them, asking them how they're doing. They're in great hands with this person. If they have any questions, let me know. And they're just controlling the floor, making people feel good. And, as the EMI, and then selling products at the end. And if I can automate and take all the other stuff off of them, which is people that, like the way I'm describing, sticking them in office with a pile of paperwork, that's not going to make them happy. It's not going to allow them to sell more product, because it's not soaring with their strengths. You're making people do things that they're not good at, and then banging on them because I'm paying you this much money. You need to do this and this and this. Our goal has to be to remove obstacles, clear the path for them, so that they can be more productive and make, not just be happy, but make others happy.
Well, one of the things that resonated with me with Doris, there's a lot of things that resonate with me with what she's doing, and is the fact that you have literally cleaned up all the distractions. I mean, as you say, all the distractions. We don't have customers coming back in, 50%, 25% customers coming back in for recontracting, which obviously is going to take away from that current customer you're trying to do business with, right? And do it the right way. Efficiency does matter, yes.
No matter how talented somebody says they are, there's still, by doing that work, and if you've got 3 people behind you because the things aren't going smoothly, you're not going to, you won't go back that extra time and say, I feel so strongly about this. Let's just talk about this one more time.
Right. Because you're under enough pressure to get to that other customer to correct the paperwork or what was missing to go ahead and get that deal funded. So imagine, and this is something that I hope dealers are really paying attention to, because I know when I'm going into dealerships, I see the CIT. I see the mounting CIT. I see the issues. I see the registration, the title work, everything, the mounting that sits there taking place. And of course, it's just one headache transferred to somebody else, to another department. When in fact, if we can get this right the first time out, we don't have any of these issues. It's
No,
clear.
our number one phone call, which we used to track, is we still track it, but was my temp tag's about to expire. What should I do? And it was, I mean, so many times. So just taking that call or not calling that person back, and then all of a sudden they start panicking. So that, because you're busy handling all the temp tag calls, it piles up. Then that person just shows up in front of somebody's office, shuts down that F&I manager, and it's a cumulative effect. Knock on wood, we don't have those calls anymore, and that doesn't happen anymore.
So, in closing, and I can't get over how fast the time goes with you every time. I mean, it's just amazing. What do you have to say to dealers, to the automotive industry, where we're at, where are we going?
So I think that you have to have a solid process. None of us really know where it's going. I mean, I'm obsessed with it and consumed with it. And, I think it's going into the metaverse, and more than half everybody that I talk to thinks that I'm absolutely insane with that. But let's say that it doesn't, and it goes into some augmented reality instead of virtual reality, or wherever it goes. You got to be ready. Like our team now is elastic. We can stretch them out, bring them back. It doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter if we go to a different kind of website, if there's some new kind of mobile website. The plumbing has already been there. All we have to do is just, like an irrigation system, just tap into that plumbing. If we want to put some sprinkler heads in the metaverse with a different call to action to do virtual F&I, we're already there. It's just a matter of just building it out, which we're in the process of doing. If we want to do remote, I think that here's what everybody needs to think about, at least what I've learned over the last few years. You've got people that want to buy cars virtually. You've got people that want to do them remotely. People that want to come into the showroom. And we'll all agree those are the three different channels, right? And then you have people at the that's how they want to begin, and they want to end with just an effortless transaction that's easy. And once they agree they want to buy, then it's easy. The problem is every single point of friction that we have in between those two things, be it trade appraisal values, credit applications, what rate do I qualify for? What's my payment going to be? What's my pricing? Can I afford it? Is it the right product for me? What are the difference between this product and that product? All the confusion, the more of those that we don't just let go straight through to go from point A to point B, regardless of how they want to do it, it should all lead to an effortless transaction. And you have to remove all those roadblocks. If the appraisal is not a clear answer, and that's causing people to stop and they can't do it virtually, then you got to reevaluate your process, because there's too much friction, and it probably needs to be reevaluated, removed, or rethought through. And that's something that shouldn't be just made by one person. There should be a collaborative group of like a skunk works project where you have a certain key innovator group where you sit down and you say, okay, and just tackle one at a time. Let's talk about virtual appraisals, remote appraisals. The customers want the information. We got a ton of people that want these cars. We have a ton of people that have these cars coming in through service. How do we get that information from here to here and untangle this fishing line? And some of the ways that we've always done it, that's not an acceptable answer. We've got to be able to accomplish that end goal and not worry about the way that we always did it. We got to worry about the most efficient way to do it, because if we don't disrupt ourselves, somebody else will.
I couldn't agree with you more. And in closing, by putting and implementing these processes in place, not only is it helping a much better customer experience, cutting down on the mistakes, it's a lot more efficient, but you have obviously received positive impact in your performance. Is that fair to say?
Yes, our retention's gone up. Our PVR has gone up significantly, not just from increasing it, but from reduction of errors. And I think that with all this new technology, it's only going to be more and more, and there's more friction that we can remove. And anybody that thinks, well, it's too far away, I don't need to be ready for that yet, 5% of people want to buy virtually. Look at what we're doing right now, right? Yeah. If somebody would have said 2.5 years ago that we would be doing this all the time on Zoom or StreamYard or wherever it is, and all this on social media, nobody would have believed it. And now it's just commonplace. It's what everybody does. And think about how quickly that happened. And it's the same way that this is going to happen, whether people want to believe it or not. It's already there. It's just a matter of how many people are taking advantage of the space.
So one more thing, and I'll definitely let you go, I know. And it's really hard to do that with you, Brian. Just very difficult to let you go at all. But how do you see this, the dealers really taking hold and really applying these techniques? And the other thing is, or tools, technology, but one of the things that I often say is technology isn't replacing the human factor. I guess that's kind of where I'm going with that.
I think that's a great point, because a lot of people misinterpret a lot of things that I say. So to clarify that, I think the technology just supplements people. It absolutely doesn't replace people. And they need to look at it as an extension, almost like a personal assistant is how we look at it. The salespeople now, when they send the client the link for, if you want to save 45 minutes, complete this and this and this, the customer's also filling out half their paperwork, and they're doing it accurately. They're uploading the driver's license. They're uploading the insurance card. And by enabling the customer, well, you can't trust the customer to do that. Well, the customers are many times more accurate than we are, because we're going so fast. And they slow down. Let me make sure this is perfect. Let me make sure that this loan application is filled out correctly. And then when there's an IP address on an attestation trail, which is something probably a lot of people aren't tuned into, but that's what you need to be digitally compliant. You have to have a complete attestation trail through your tech stack to be able to put in the digital deal jacket to pass the compliance test. If for DMV, electronic filing system, all that sort of thing, just like with medical records, when you're transmitting that type of data digitally, you've got to have a whole process around that from a safeguard standpoint. But take that out of the equation. You've got the client now filling out half the paperwork. So how much more productive can the salespeople be? The more that they get the clients, sending them the link to complete all the stuff prior to arrival, when they do that, I've timed it many, many times, and we could deliver cars as quickly as 37 minutes. I'm talking including F&I.
Wow.
Now, that's 30 minutes of it, because that's a sacred thing to me. I'm not going to affect that. But when they have everything done, and we've done everything exactly the way it's supposed to go, they don't have to be here for all that. Why do they have to sit there and wait while we're doing all those things? It's like waiting 4 hours like we used to for the cable guy. Well, I'm going to be here between 12 and 4. Well, now I don't really, do you have any idea if it's going to be early, closer to 12 or closer to 4? You never know. Just depends on how the day goes. So now you can't do anything else. And that's the real crime with all of this. If anybody doesn't empower this technology, you're inhibiting your staff's ability to do more. B, you're leaving yourself at the mercy. The manufacturers, the OEMs want this. And I agree with them. And we need to make it easier. And if we don't make it easier, then the OEMs are going to mandate things that dealers don't want to do, probably.
Right.
So that's why they need to disrupt themselves before somebody else does, because it's coming. When Apple comes out with their car, what do you think their experience is going to look like? It won't look like the experience in a car dealership today.
That's right.
And they're going to flip this whole industry upside down. And anybody who's not ready for that or doesn't embrace all of that is either going to be forced to, or
they'll be selling
to sell their dealership.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, Brian, thank you so much again. It was a pleasure to have you here with me on our first of many F&I Master Series Forum. We'll have another F&I online event in summertime, but then what my plan is, and thus Atlanta here on the background. So I will have a physical event in Atlanta, Georgia in the fall. So here's the thing. I'm putting you on the spot, Brian. I need you to be in Atlanta at the Marriott in the fall and be a part of this event for 2022 and end up in a physical location.
I'm there. As long as there's no Twitter or Lincoln meeting, I'm there.
All right, perfect. We're going to do everything we can to plan around you, Brian. Thank you again. Thank you so much,
Thank
guys.
you.
All right, good time.
Customer A visits your website and is interested in purchasing a vehicle. They fill out an interest form with a name and email and wait for your team to respond. Customer B visits your website and is interested in the same vehicle, only this customer has clicked the Get Pre-Qualified button on your inventory page. Within seconds, you have access to a FICO score, open trade lines, and other useful credit and contact information. Which of these leads would you rather work? Quick Qualify is a softball solution offering a call-to-action lead form that can be integrated into digital retailing, dealership websites, email marketing, live chat, and in-store applications. Once completed, the form provides consumers their credit score for free, while providing dealers detailed credit information on a warm lead. Using Quick Qualify on your dealership website enables consumers to get pre-qualified at the top of the sales funnel, improving both your sales cycle and the customer's buying experience. With a credit file in hand, your team can start their process more confidently and have closing conversations earlier in the sales cycle, helping you close deals faster. Drive more qualified leads. Gain visibility into creditworthiness before a customer even visits your dealership. Hold deal gross and sell more cars. If you're ready to get more actionable data regarding your consumers earlier in the sales process so you can close deals faster, then give 700 Credit a call today.
Here we are, and I am so happy to have Paul Nicholas with us with OttoMoto, and hopefully I said that correctly, and if I didn't, I'm sure you can clean that up for me. And welcome to the F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age. And, to get things started, Paul, if you will, first, tell us how you got into this business, because I think it is a very unique story. And I won't give it up, but I just think that you're amazing. And from where you were to where you are today, it's just a cool story. So I'm going to go ahead and let you go and share that, and then we can get into the nitty gritty of things.
Sounds good. Hello, everybody, and thanks, Rebecca, for having me here to share my story and a little bit about OttoMoto and what we're doing for the dealers and the small to mid-cap size lenders. And it's a really exciting time. We're really busy here. So, but yeah, just give everybody kind of a little background on me. I was a pilot, and when 9/11 happened, I was teaching a businessman that owned a bunch of franchise dealerships how to fly. And he said, just come work for me and be my pilot. And I literally was with him 12 years and did every department: parts, service, body shop, used car, general manager, you name it, I did that role. And so we, after 12 years, I ended up going into the financing side of it, and was heading up building a secondary financing program for a credit union. And had all these grandiose ideas, but no way to communicate with the dealers. And, being in the dealership world 12 years, I should have known better, but none of us want to give up control of that customer. It's an emotional purchase. And while they're there, we want to close the deal, and we're going to go the path of least resistance. And I I never realized being on the franchise side where there's a lot of opportunities to give some really good financing locally. We just never explored it because the path of least resistance was using the 2 800-pound gorillas that we have in this industry. So after doing that a couple of years, I had an opportunity to buy my own dealership. Bought my own dealership, and this was my opportunity to kind of build those relationships with local lenders. And I knew we needed a platform to do that, and so we spearheaded this a couple of years ago, and we now have a full platform that we launched January 3rd of this year, 2022. And we're less than 3 months into it, and we're over 70 dealers on the platform. Today, actually, we just signed up our 5th lender, and we're in talks with 4 other lenders, and it's exciting. It's growing faster than we expected, and but it's no wonder because dealers need these tools to sell more cars and move more metal. And in the independent world, they're underserved. Nobody wants to build something that helps them. They're going after the franchise guys. And, I come from all 3 seats: franchise, banking, and the independent side with my dealership. And so we've got tools for everybody. I was just in a Chevy dealership today, and they're still pushing paper credit apps. So
let's talk a little bit about that. Because I thought that was pretty interesting. And especially with what's available now where, you have the capability of being able to do that credit application online.
Yeah. So and 100%. So, a lot of customers, they're wanting to start this process before they get into the dealership. They don't like that experience in the dealership where they're there all day. And so a lot of move to that, but many know that, maybe their credit's not 700 beacon, and they're going to be asked a lot of questions, and it can't be resolved as simple as, just submit my credit and I'm going to get an answer back in 30 seconds. And, but they don't want to sit there all day. But those people that come into the store, we're still doing it the same way we've always done it, which is fill out this paper credit app. And then that, especially in today's day and age with, people having camera phones, and you just hired a guy, last week, and he's now got this person's driver's license and credit app in his hands. How hard would it be for him to snap a photo, right? So we're getting that, we're giving that tool to the dealership, whether you're a franchise guy or you're selling 10 cars a month, that you can give a digital experience in the showroom as well as having your online digital experience.
So let me ask you, you know that there's a lot of different technology out there and available. Why do you suppose dealers are so hesitant in implementing and utilizing this technology, knowing it can leverage to help them to sell more cars and maximize profits? Why are they so hesitant?
Well, we're all human, right? Not many people like change. I think change is the number one thing. And number two, look, whether you're in the lending space or the dealer space, if you're a general manager of a store, as long as the numbers are there, the owners, letting you do your thing, right? But if you start implementing some changes and people grumble or numbers go down, your neck's on the line, right? We all know that in this industry. And so I think, anytime you're trying to make a big change inside the structure of the store, it's tough, right, to make that change.
But let me ask you, okay, and I get that it is, and nobody likes to do it. I mean, I remember, and I told you back when we were first implementing menu, it was such a headache, and nobody saw the benefit in that at all. It was like somebody is drinking some sort of Kool-Aid What are y'all thinking? We're going to disclose a base payment. Are you kidding me? And customers understand what they're paying for a product. How is that ever going to work? Right. And you
Yeah.
had one naysayer after the next and one store after the next. But it eventually started sticking. Why? Because frankly, some dealers just and their GM said, this is where we're going. You're either going to go with us or I guess you got to go do something else. What do you think about that approach?
No, and that's what it is. It starts from the top down, right? I mean, it's funny when I go in to this was a startup, right? So I didn't just go straight to, the big names in the group. I was going to the little guys and then to the medium guys. And so I was talking to the salespeople and then working my way to the top, right? Because if I sold the salesperson on what I had, they're going to sell it to their manager, right? So, but it's a top down thing where the manager has to buy in and then implement it all. But really the tool that we're giving the dealers, it's a no-brainer because we're giving them this QR code that goes on all their salesmen's desk, and the customer now uses their cell phone to scan that QR code, and just like they do at a restaurant now. So everybody's used to that, right? It's not something scary or new. I mean, we've all seen QR codes, especially with the pandemic. And you're putting the customer to work for you. So especially the little guy that, he doesn't have a lot of staff. And if he can put the customer to work for him, filling out that credit app electronically and securely, and that salesperson can go greet that other customer on the lot at the same time. And when that customer submits that credit app, it goes straight to the F&I manager's desk. So there's no lag time. We're integrated to pull credit and all that right through it. So you got one salesman outside selling a car. The other customer that's sitting at the desk, that did their own credit app, comes straight to you. You're pulling the credit. You're working the deal. You've not lost a bit of time. And it's all done securely, and there's no paper flying around the dealership at all.
So there's a lot of conversation about soft pulls, Paul. And is that maybe a better way to go than having to pull hard inquiry first and perhaps just doing some of the legwork without having to go that far into the process? What are your thoughts there?
So I think each dealership is a little bit different. Soft pull definitely has a space and a use. There's been some changes to compliance. There was a lot of dealers that the credit agencies have found are doing soft pulls, never doing a hard pull and submitting it to lenders. And so they've actually changed now where, if you're doing soft pulls and not doing hard pulls and you're submitting to lenders, they're actually going to start cracking down on that.
They are.
Yeah. So
I
that's
didn't
something.
know about that.
Yeah, that's something new that's coming. And so soft pulls have a space of on the website, the customer, can, you can do a soft pull on that customer to make sure it's worth them maybe driving in a couple hours.
That's right.
Or if it's, us car guys, we know that person comes in 5 minutes before closing, you want to knock out a soft pull. That all makes sense to use a soft pull, but they're still going to require you to do a hard pull before submitting it to lenders. And so we have the ability with our integration with 700 Credit, which is a great resource. And we've really enjoyed our partnership with them. And the reason we partnered with them is they also have tools to make sure that the dealer stays compliant. Because my whole goal with this is a lot of your dealers, their biggest fear about getting into this deeply is all the ways they can get in trouble. And so 700 Credit goes so far as to, if you hadn't printed out the risk-based pricing and the adverse action, then they'll automatically mail that on your behalf, and I think that's a great idea and a great tool. And, they're implementing anytime there's a change, they're implementing things to help you stay compliant with the new, the GLBA, the things that are coming this December.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be helping dealers in that regard stay compliant, because a lot of those were originally made for the big guys, like the credit card companies and things of that nature. But with the new, the new standards, it goes all the way down to the guy that's selling 10 cars again on the street corner. He's going to have the same level of security, if you will, and policies and SOPs as, a big credit card company is going to have. And so, 700 credit stepping up to the plate and going to help these dealers to stay compliant with those changes.
Well, I want to say thank you again, Paul, for your sponsor, just like 700 credit. So it was terrific that you and 700 credit, as well as AutoFi, is a sponsor, and I certainly appreciate that. So we were talking about some of this fraud, as you're mentioning, and some of these other lenders really will shut you down when it comes to some things that we shouldn't be doing, like power booking, and that causes some issues now. And once they, I guess, maybe you might make a mistake once or twice, but the third time out, you're like history. What's going on with that? What's happening with these lenders and availability?
No, for sure. And I think, that's one of the reasons a new or, independent dealer or a small independent dealer has even more trouble getting lenders, right? Is over the years, look, we've earned that reputation over the years, right? Whether it's with the customers, the used car salesman, to the lenders, and but there's a ton of opportunity out there for lenders to get good deals, to get good loans on their books. And so some of the things that are our long-term goal, we're integrated to have like the JD Power and everything. And if the lender chooses, they can have where they can verify, we call it auto inspector, the vehicle. So it'll verify the trim, the options, and things of that nature for the lender. So we're putting some stopgaps in there for the lender. We've got some fraud protection as far as like we're calling it auto verify, where they can ask the customer to take a picture of the front and back of their license and a selfie, and it tells them to a percentage, like this is 94%, that person, so then the customer, the car. So the last piece, is the title work. And we're working on some things that'll help lenders get even comfortable there. But we're really trying to help that small guy that's doing business right. And, we're giving him a way to prove himself to the lenders. And that way these lenders can help themselves by building a portfolio and then getting dealers that are wanting to do business right.
Well, I think that makes a whole heck of a lot of sense, and being able to support that independent dealer or even a smaller dealer, and giving them more resources to, number one, protect themselves against fraud, right? And giving them the tools to be able to do that. And also enough to give them the aware way to get into the deal sooner rather than later. See, I guess I've always been a candidate for credit first versus credit last. And, whether we ask fact-finding questions to determine that sooner in the process rather than later, because it just seems that once we're down that funnel, down that journey, I mean, all hell breaks loose, when it's all said and done. Then we find out that, the likelihood of putting this deal together the way that it is probably not likely.
Right.
And so And also, I think with some of your lenders now that weren't available before in Route 1 or Dealer Track, this is really giving them more, or your dealers more lending options. Like, so independent may have more, I guess, trouble or difficulty finding a prime lender.
Mhm.
So would this help them to find more prime lenders as opposed to, the other
Yeah.
non-prime?
And we're a young company and we're growing and we're asking dealers, doesn't matter where you are in the country, to get on board, because we're still giving you the digital deal jacket, to house all that customer information securely and electronically, the QR codes. We're giving you all of that. But as we get dealers on there, then we'll be able to give them even more options and tools. We're in talks with 2 nationwide prime lenders right now about coming on the platform. And they're willing to work with independent dealers. And they're, one that we had talked to is even, looking at giving the options to add products, gap and warranty. And in the independent space, that's the number one hurdle, right? First lenders, and then finding a lender that'll let you put products on the deals.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a big hurdle, really. A lot of times, from what I understand, you might be able to get most of the deal approved, hopefully, because you get some fees that you have to pay. And then, of course, trying to get that back end is really difficult. So I think all of that certainly goes hand in hand in helping dealers to grow their business.
Yeah.
And educating their staff. How do you go about doing that? Because I feel like, we meet and the decision maker, it all goes really well and they like it, they understand it, but somehow or another, it just falls apart. So how do you handle all that? How do you educate their staff? What do you do?
So internally, after we get them signed up and they get the email to set up their password and everything else, first of all, we have internal reports that tell us they never set up their password, and then we can see how long it's been since they logged in and things of that nature. So we're looking at that, and to know we're giving, calls and follow up. We're doing Zoom to go over with individual people that aren't using it and to make sure they understand how to use it. We've got, boots on the ground as well, so, I mean, we're right now using all resources available to make sure that, that it doesn't fall after the general manager or the owner said, yes, we're going to work as hard as we can with the staff underneath to make sure it doesn't fall flat out, after that.
Well, I think that is a critical component to anything that we implement in stores, any kind of technology. So what I'm seeing a lot of is that dealers like yourself, I mean, you get it. You're talented. You understand how to put a deal together. I mean, you see it from all angles. I mean, you see it from the lender side. You see it from independent, from the new car side. I mean, that's dynamic. And so you get it. But there are some dealers that agree, but yet their process doesn't agree to the technology that they have decided to take advantage of. Does that make sense?
No, it does 100%. And, the thing that pops in my head first is kind of like you said, the F&I menu, right? I mean, that come out and there was a bunch of naysayers, and now that's like 75% of the dealers out there have some sort of F&I menu, right?
Yes, but it took a lot of work to get there. I will tell you right now, we worked hard. And, when I talk to some of these GMs that are making a difference, it's not easy. It is hard because of processes that have been proven that now we're saying, well, that may have worked out. Let's stick them in the box. Let's go ahead and close them down and let's just kind of see where we are. I mean, there's still plenty of dealers that do business that way.
For sure.
And now you're telling them, maybe that's not the best way of doing it that, you know, we want to start the process as early as we possibly can to determine these, if in fact the customer actually qualifies for that car to some degree.
Yeah.
And we like to have our ducks in order. Like, for example, you assure that pay POI, that you have uploaded the proof of income. Is that correct? To validate the transaction for the lender?
Yeah, well, and what we have a little piece I haven't even spoke about yet, but you know,
I'm sorry, did I give it up?
No, you're good. But you know, everybody leads from your Wall Street down is making you believe that customers want like the Carvana experience, and you know that whole buying cars online and having them delivered to your house is less than 3% of the sales in the United States. It's got a place in the market. There's going to be people that want to do that. It's going to grow. Is it going to push dealers out of business? No. Most of your customers at this point, 97+% of your customers still want to have that interaction with the dealer. They want to touch, feel, drive their car. And the transparency is wanted. I think they're leading you to believe their vision of transparency is the Carvana model. And I don't think it is. I think what the transparency is the customers don't want to give you that credit app, whether it's online or in your store. And let's say in the store, and sit there for 2 hours bored and be in the dark, not know what's going on, and having to trust that you're bringing them the best deal for them, that they have no way of testing that or knowing whether you're telling the truth or not. And there's some uncertainty there. And that's the transparency that I think is bothering people. I mean, I talk to people, even just today, I talked to somebody and their last car buying experience was 4 hours in a dealership. And, you know,
It's too long.
It's too long, and we all know why. It's because we don't have the tools and everything. We're having to type people's names into 5 different systems, and we're waiting for the lenders to make sure we do have the best callback for the customer and for us, right? I mean, we do care about the customer. We want the customer to get the best possible deal, but we also want to make sure we're getting the best possible deal. So, you know, we're trying to ride that balance, and that's what makes a good F&I person is riding that balance of giving the customer the best possible deal, but making sure the dealership has the best possible deal as well. And with our piece, what we've done is when they do that credit app, they actually get an email from us asking them to download our app. And we're on both Google and Apple Play Store, and they can download that app. And when they do, they can see their deal at a high level. So they can see that, you know, oh, I need to make a copy of my license for my digital deal jacket. You know, oh, you sent it to 3 lenders, you know, and this lender had declined me. Oh man, that's too bad. This one did approve me. They want proof of income. They want, you know, we're not showing them what your dealer check is, right? But we're letting them be part of that process, have the transparency, see that, hey, you got declined here. I did get you an approval here. You know, they want proof of your income, proof of your residency, but I got your approval. This other bank countered the deal, you know, and I looked at it for you, and this approval is better than the counter. The counter, you'd have to put 4,000 down instead of 2,000 down to make it work, you know, but now the customer has transparency. They can see that, hey, he got me approved, and well, he has this other option, and this one did turn me down. And that to me is the transparency that customers are wanting.
Well, a couple things. I think I couldn't agree with you more as far as being a bit more transparent, getting to it sooner rather than later, because it will cut down on the time it takes for that customer to get in and out of the dealership and taking delivery. And it really helps because it cuts back on disruptions. Anytime you can cut back on disruptions, obviously efficiency just equals more profits, right? I mean, it really does. And, you know, more customers enjoying the total buying experience, you know, it just makes sense. Now, one thing I don't know, we might have talked about this, or you might have heard about this, but my thing, and I think I banged my head up against the wall a million times, and it's the interview and getting out there and meeting that customer and assuring, just like you said, that, they're, I just had a conversation with someone about this, and I got to say that it is so important for F&I to, not lose that talent, to figure out a way to get out there to, what do we need to do to make this deal better, to put more deals together, right? To simplify it. And also, just make it a better experience for the customer. And as you said, protect the dealership assets. Where is that going?
As far as I want to understand your question, where is it going as far as
where, I'm not, I just feel like, we talk about an F&I person going out there, meeting the customer, doing an interview, validating this transaction, finding better ways to put the deal together.
Mhm.
And I just sometimes I wonder, is that talent still there? Are we, is it?
So
I don't mean to put you on the spot there, but I'm just kind of wondering.
The talent's there, but the other thing, I've had a conversation recently with a couple dealer principals. Right now we're all spoiled, right? I mean, times are good for dealers, and I'm afraid our salesmen and our F&I people, when times go back to normal, they're either going to bounce, right? Because they're like, work, what? I haven't had to work for the last 2 years, And
Well, you had to close a service contract. My life depended on it. Objections, what?
So, I'm worried that here, and when things start, and I don't think things are going to crash down, but as they come back to normalcy, I really feel like it's going to be a struggle bus for a lot of people that have been just on easy train for a while. And that's where we're going to find out, is the talent there or not, because that's where your strong employees, your strong F&I, your strong salespeople, they put on those waders and they go back to work, and they fine tune those skills that we know is needed for this job. And those are the employees you're going to want to take care of, and that you're going to want to cultivate for sure.
Take care of those stars. I absolutely agree with that. Keep them, in any time that you can promote from within and you have a roadmap of success. I mean, this is where people stick. They want to stay with the best. They want to work with the best. And, and we just gotta not take the excuses. It's
100%.
We've got to, and we want to do right by everyone, but at the same time, I like the quote from Brian Kramer. I don't know if you know Brian or not. He's a moving forward GM, and his whole thing is, there's only one ship in my harbor. Got to give it to him. He's seeing a lot of change in this industry. Well, again, I want to thank you for taking the time, Paul, and again, for your sponsorship. It is very much appreciated. And I know that dealers, independent dealers, are going to be on smaller franchise stores will be here, and you just got to check his product out or platform out. And I think that they'll find it be quite impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, no, we're excited, and we're excited to sponsor, and we're excited to offer the 3-month free trial.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Almost, we should have thought about that in the beginning, but you're absolutely correct. Oh my gosh, a 90-day complimentary, right? Access to your platform. That should have been done number one. Oh my gosh.
It was for the diehards that went through this whole interview and listened.
Well, there you go. That's right. That's exactly right, for those diehards. Well, hopefully there's some good nuggets to take home here, and maybe sometimes you just got to wake up somebody a little bit and say, hey, are you really doing all the steps to the sale? I mean, are you really? I mean, are you kidding yourself? I mean, are you really geared up? So when things start changing up a bit, can you continue to sustain your performance and profit, right? And paycheck. So I think I would take every tool I can get my hands on, leverage it, and make sure that I can. And that's what this is really all about. It's taking technology that you have and leveraging it so you can be more profitable.
Yep.
And help the customer along the way as well. Streamline the process and get these customers coming back for more. That is another conversation Steve Apicella talks about all the time. It's just not that one micro moment. It's getting customers and repeat customers, as we all know, and you do too, Pilot, is our best customers. So, anyway, so you got to take Paul up on his offer there, a 90-day complimentary option to, well, it's not even an option. It's a 90-day complimentary. You can certainly have access to his platform. So I think you should do it. Absolutely. Have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
That's right. We're ready to get you signed up and get you started and help you through this, getting your showroom to be digital and get you ready for all the compliance coming down the pipeline.
I know it's coming. Yeah, it's certainly coming. We had definitely coming. All right. Well, Paul, thank you again. It's certainly a pleasure. I'm glad we were able to get you on the event. And again, one thing too, before I close, I just want to make sure that everyone knows summer will have an online event, but come the fall, we are going back to Atlanta, Georgia, Paul. And here's where we're going to be at the Marriott in Alpharetta, where I had my first F&I Roundtable back in 2019. So we're going to do it again.
I'm excited.
Yeah, we're going to build up that momentum. So thank you again, guys. Thank you, Paul. And I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Well, we do have Joe St. John here this morning on F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age. And I got to say, I am so grateful for Joe St. John. He has always kicked off many of my workshops and especially my F&I roundtables because he really has the insight on what goes on in a dealership in the trenches, as well as obviously having a really good understanding on digital retailing and how we can actually merge the two together. So with that, Joe, again, thank you for being here. I would like for you to I can't imagine that we don't know who Joe St. John is. I can't even imagine that possible. But for those that may not, if you would just go share your background and what you've been doing over the past 5 years or so, or even more, in the retail business.
Yeah. So first off, Becky, it's such an honor to be on here with you. I love our conversations. I love what you're doing for our industry. It makes me super happy to get to hang out and talk with somebody like you that has a depth of retail experience in the F&I world about what's happening out there. I started selling cars in 1998 at a Toyota dealership in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I spent the vast majority of my career working through the ranks of the retail on the variable ops side. So I sold cars. I was an F&I manager, F&I director, I was an internet manager. I was a sales manager, a sales director, and I was a GM of a Toyota store. And so my background is like heavily influenced by, being in a dealership, working bell to bell, closing it down at midnight. That's what I know. And so I did that to help put myself through college and to go to graduate school. I did a master's in accounting that I've used none of, right? So my background is all retail. In the early teens, I got out of retail. I joined one of the biggest F&I product companies in the world as their national director of training. So I trained F&I managers and salespeople, like thousands of them. And so I was when you would send, F&I managers to an F&I school, I was one of the F&I schools that they could go to. And so I have this real deep love for retail and sales management and F&I. And I left what was my dream job, which was to be the head of training for a major F&I company, to go be one of the early employees at a startup in Silicon Valley that was trying to figure out how to empower dealers to sell cars to consumers via their website and literally like create an online checkout experience for consumers. And so I spent almost 5 years with AutoFi as pretty much everything customer, until I was out on the road trying to help dealers day in, day out understand what digital retail actually is and what it means. And so I left AutoFi and joined a company that I am now at that I love called StoneEagle. I was a StoneEagle user before back when I was an F&I director. I literally paid my F&I managers off of a StoneEagle report. And so for me, it's been really, really exciting to come back to my roots in F&I and F&I technology. StoneEagle is an amazing company. We are the administration system of record for, almost 60% of the F&I product marketplace, meaning we are like, for lack of a better term, we're like the DMS provider to a ton of the big, F&I product companies. So whether you're, getting your ratings or claims or forms or reinsurance, all that, it's managed for a giant portion of the industry inside of StoneEagle administration system or StoneEagle admin. The other side of what StoneEagle does is data and analytics, which gets me super excited, right? So when we talk about StoneEagle reports, the StoneEagle report that I would pay my managers off of was an F&I manager comparison report. Right. And we do reporting for almost 7,000 dealers around the country. And what that gives me now is a really incredible insight into what's actually happening inside of F&I offices from a production perspective, from a PRU perspective, from a product pin perspective, from a products per deal, all of that like rich story of what's going on in F&I. I have this incredible vantage point to like actually see what's happening out there. And so for me, what we're doing at StoneEagle is now really looking at how can we better equip dealers and F&I managers to understand what that data means to drive performance inside of their own organizations. So I have this pretty wild viewpoint. I have a pretty wild background, right? Like I was working the desk and then I was in Silicon Valley. And so there's this pretty unique kind of lens that I see the world through. I mean, I wore a suit and tie for 20 years and now I look like this, right? So it gives me an interesting perspective to have conversations like this, which is literally one of my favorite things, is actually talking about the stuff that I think that you almost have to see through that lens to be able to kind of put the pieces together to understand what it means. And so for me, sharing what that perspective is with people like you and the thought leaders in this industry that are out there helping dealers day in, day out, adapt to what is a new reality, not even just a new reality, a reality that's changing every day, right? Our business looks different today than it looked 8 months ago, right? And 8 months ago, it looked different than it looked 8 months before that. And I think of the ups and downs that I've seen in this business when I was an F&I director in 2007, 2008, 2009, where all of a sudden my lender's like, yeah, we don't loan money on cars anymore. I'm like, bro, like wait, hold up. Like, I need you. Like wait, what do you mean you don't loan? Oh, there's a thing called the credit crunch. It's a crisis. We're going through it right now. So and I'm like, no, they're a 700 score. They're like, yeah, we'll give you like an 80% LTV. No, they're a 700 score, right? Like, so for me, I've seen kind of the roller coaster that this business is. And it's an incredible time to be a part of it, right? We are at what is one of the most unique environments that we've had for the last 20, 30 years. And it's incredibly fun to be in the seat I'm in right now, actually looking at what's happening and being able to have great conversations with people like you. So once again, from the bottom of my heart, thanks for inviting me to be a part of this. And Becky, thanks for thinking of me when you thought about putting together the content you wanted to discuss.
Well, Joe, here's the thing. I like, because I think what you do is you create real world content conversation, because I know dealers are hearing this DR buzz. It's, you know, you can't help it. You've been involved in it for a long time. And, you know, so there, we have this conversation. What is DR? Is it a lead gen? What exactly are we doing with this whole thing? How does that merge into what's really taking place in the dealership and implementing processes that align with the message that we're doing online? So, and then speak to that when we talk about this workflow into F&I. I'm going to tell you, from my perspective, F&I people are getting freaked out. They're like, wait a minute. This DR is taking control of what's going to happen in F&I. I'm not sure if I can buy into this. And I don't necessarily think that they are connecting the dots, realizing that no one is, I don't think, is really taking away from the F&I role. It may change up. But we're taking this technology, and along with your data for that much matter, which is great that you're measuring the process. And that really needs to be taking place behind the scenes as well. But, you know, I think dealers are just at this point, like, I got the lead gen. I'm okay with that. I get that. But now when we're talking about changing up my processes to support this, and I've got a great profit center, I'm making a lot of profit. What do you say to those dealers?
Yeah, so I think that that's the big challenge that we have as an industry, right? Like the challenge is the moment we hear the word digital, we're like, oh, well, that's an internet department thing, right? And so what we do is we almost like, you know, like disconnect the two. And if you think about really incredible digital companies, like it's not usually like our problem isn't a technology problem, right? Like it's not like there's not great solutions. There's so many amazing solutions out there from a tech perspective that empower a dealer to execute the strategy that that dealer has. But that's the challenge, right? Like we hear technology like, oh, it's internet department. We need to get our IT guy down here for this. And the reality is this isn't about technology, right? Like, I mean, I think about Amazon. That's the company everybody says, oh, it's Amazon. You know, Amazon. Like, yeah, you're right. It is Amazon. But what makes Amazon incredible isn't this button that's on their website. It's that when you hit that button, you know deodorant's going to be at your house tomorrow because they tell you that pack of deodorant's going to be at your house tomorrow. Well, that's not a button, right? Like that is the same thing it's always been. It's the challenge that we actually have that has always been the challenge, which is how does Amazon get that pack of deodorant to your house? It's great people executing great processes. That's what this is actually about. And if you think about it, that's the hard part. Right? The hard part is not picking a tech solution. It's not having your website provider add digital retail. It's not having a payment calculator on your website. It's not having a BDC setup. That's not the hard part. Is like literally linking together all of the processes that it takes to sell a car and maximize our profitability on it. And I mean, when you think about like the road to the sale, right? When you think about, I was teaching the NADA Dealer Academy virtual F&I class last night, and we kind of had this like huge epiphany moment, right? We're all some group of dealers and GMs. We're all talking, kind of like you and I are talking, and like here's the thing. This isn't just about the car business, right? Like, Becky, the way that you and I buy everything, the way everybody that's on this webinar buys everything today is absolutely crazy. Like, the world we live in today could not be further removed from the world we lived in 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 15 years ago. You don't watch commercials When's the last time you just like flipped through channels trying to figure out what's going on, right? Dude, we used to have a book called the TV Guide that you would open up to see what time something started. You don't do that anymore. You know what you do? You hit a button and you're like the episode that's next on your favorite show just starts playing immediately. And while you're doing that, you hit another button on your phone and you order your favorite meal from your favorite restaurant that gets delivered to your front door using literally like military grade satellite tracking. You can see their car coming to you. That's the world we live in. It's crazy. Like, look at us right now. You're in Atlanta. I'm in Dallas. We're online with a ton of people that are paying attention, and like we're all across the globe. I remember as a kid watching Saturday morning cartoons and the Jetsons would come on, and I can remember thinking, how cool would it be when his boss would pop up and they would have literally the boss would pop up on the screen in video and they would have a car. I was like, how cool would that be? Okay, that's the world we all live in today, right? And so that's influencing everything in the way that we interact with the world, like the way that we interact with each other, the way that we interact with everything is different now. You can stream church services to your living room. So you don't have we literally are doing everything different today. And it's impacting the way that customers interact with dealerships. Ask it, dude, man, in 1998, when I started selling cars versus today, were customers easier and more fun in 98 or 98? They didn't know anything, right? And so like the entire hypothesis of our road to the sale that we still teach is predicated on the fact that that customer has to come to the dealership for all the information. Becky, in 2006, when I was a sales manager, here's how I manage salespeople. I sat at a tower. It was like a high tower. Right? I had my little computer screen right there. And in front was these cabinets that you could open up.
I remember those days.
Right. And like, you know, salesperson would walk in, open the cabinets, get this thing out of the cabinet, like staple a card to it. I'm like, hey, where are you going with that? Oh, I got a guy out here just wants some info on a Tundra. Cool. Well, here's the deal. We ain't just handing out info, right? We're here to sell cars. Let's get them in the CRM system. Let's go land them on a unit. You done a walk around yet? Have they driven something cool? Okay, well, if they leave and I don't talk to them, bro, you should just pack your stuff up and go with them, because we're not here to hand out info. We're here to work car deals. Let's get moving. Right. And I managed my salespeople by what they could get out of my office, which was called brochures. And we had stacks of them. And I literally remember being like, wow, like people, like I was walking through the parts department to get to the smoke hole to go yell at salespeople because my lot wasn't being covered. And as I was walking there, I remember looking and seeing these stacks of brochures that were just piling up in my parts department because customers weren't coming in and asking them. Most manufacturers don't even make brochures anymore. Right? Most OEMs aren't delivering brochures anymore because the customer is laying in bed with their iPad or their iPhone and they're looking at 3D models. When I started selling cars, I went to sales training in Dallas from Oklahoma, and the trainer there like beat into my head. Like the cornerstone of training was that customer was going to go to 5 dealerships before they made a purchase decision. They're going to go to 5 stores before they decide to buy something. Your walk around's got to be better than 4 other salespeople because they're going to 5 stores. You know how many stores customers go to today? There's like 3 or 4 studies out right now, and it's 1.2 to 2.6, depending on the study. You know what that means? They go to 1, maybe 2 stores. You know why they used to go to 5 stores? Because they wanted to get a brochure on the Camry and look at the Camry, and then they want to get a brochure on the Honda and look at the Honda. You know how they do that now? They literally get on their iPad and they line them up side by side, and they look at 3D models. They change the equipment and they look at the packages that are available. They used to have to flip to the back of the brochure to see, and now they're going to want. And the app, like literally, if you look at customer behavior, in 2018, the Cox study said that 92% of customers are starting their shopping journey online. You know why? Because we start every shopping journey online today. We literally start every shopping journey online, right? We'll be at stores. My wife and I bought running shoes last weekend. We were at the running shoe store because I wanted to try on all the pairs. I got bad feet and I don't like running, and I wanted to be as comfy as possible. I'm trying them all on, which is how I'm going to do it. My wife, she picks out the shoes she wants. They don't have the color she likes. You know what she does? She's on the ASICS website looking at all the colors. She's like, can you get this one? Like, no, we can't. She's like, all right, cool. I love you, but I'm going to buy the one that I want, right? Like that's like, we'll be in stores shopping online. That's the way that consumers buy everything today. And here's the hard part. Our entire road to the sale, this is the epiphany I had last night with the NADA class, is if you think about 92% of your customers are starting online. That's where the majority of your customers are. And you think about our road to the sale. Where does that road to sale typically start? Meet and greet. When that customer shows up at our store. Yep. Okay, well, That's the problem, because what that does is that gets all of my staff focused primarily on what's happening inside my store at that moment. And you said something earlier that really, really like resonated with me, right? F&I managers are freaked out. F&I managers shouldn't be freaked out. They should be excited, because what this means to them is that they can shift their role to deliver more value to a dealer by actually taking the lead, right? F&I managers have an opportunity to become leaders in this new world and drive the transformation and make a bigger impact than they're making today. When I was an F&I manager, I was a prima donna wizard in a broom closet in the back of the dealership. That's who I was as an F&I manager. Right? I walked around like I was the greatest that had ever lived.
Oh, I've seen that.
I would flip through the packet and I would like prejudge the deal before I ever talked to the customer. And you know what? That's a shame, because most F&I managers are some of the grittiest, most creative, they're the leaders. They should be the leaders of the dealership. And what I believe that this opportunity actually presents is for that role to move from a wizard in a broom closet, right, to somebody that's actually leading at the dealership. And I believe that in my heart, that that's what the great F&I managers today will do to help us paint this future. Because if F&I isn't involved in internet processes right now, you are leaving money on the table, you're missing car deals, and you're missing F&I product sales, you're missing everything. And the dealers that are absolutely killing it right now, right? Friends of mine that are GMs of dealerships that are delivering almost 50% of their cars not at the dealership are running numbers like 73% vehicle service contract penetration, right? Like that's the type of, but you know what their F&I managers do? They don't sit in the box and just wait for a customer to show up. They are on the phone with every customer. They're talking, they're out on the showroom when the customer's there, meeting them before they even close the car deal, right? They're doing Zoom calls with customers before their car has even arrived at the dealership to help that customer understand what the process is going to look like and start building value in the F&I products they're selling. And they're seeing that their role can expand out of sight of that closet into an actual impactful role that leads meaningful change. Because every time they do that in front of a salesperson, guess what happens? That salesperson gets better, they learn new word tracks, and they get a new appreciation for the role of F&I. Every time that salesperson sees an F&I manager talking to a customer before the car ever comes in, they see leadership. And that's, you remember, like, Becky, like I remember very distinctly what it felt like selling cars. Like I remember it like it feels like yesterday, my feet hurting and leaning on the tower at 9 o'clock at night, being like, all right, can I go home yet? Like I remember that feeling. And I think anybody that's ever sold cars, if you put yourself back into what it felt like what you felt like when you were, when you were 22 years old and you were doing it short term and you were like trying to get a real job and you had an apartment that you lived in with a roommate and you were out there slinging metal, or you were between careers and you gotten laid off and you need to feed your family, so you're out of the dealership showing up. In that role, you know what everybody dreamed of being someday? You know what I dreamed of being? An F&I manager. I dreamed of being
that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Me too.
Every salesperson in America
to F&I. Yep.
Everybody wants to get promoted to F&I. Okay, well, we should put those F&I managers out there so that people can see the skills you have to develop to get promoted to F&I. When F&I takes the lead and they're out on the showroom or they're engaged in a Zoom call or they're sending emails to the customer and carbon copying the salesperson, you know what that salesperson sees? They see the skills that it takes to become an F&I manager, and it helps show them what that path is. And for me, this is a missed opportunity in our industry. Right? This is actually, if you don't think of this as technology, you think of this as people and processes. We can take some of our best people that work in the F&I office who are great at executing processes, and we can increase the exposure to that and actually cause our dealerships to be more effective. I'll take a drink
the thing
of my coffee
is, you and I we just talk the same language. I don't know, 20 years ago when I was implementing this menu selling in AutoNation stores, right? And, we think about it, but at the time it was extremely bizarre. It was unheard of. What are you talking about? Getting out there to the sales desk.
Paper and draw, I need to point, I have a menu. No.
I gotta point out the base payment, the terms. Have you people lost your minds?
Have you
We
lost your
don't do it
mind?
like that. That's crazy. Do you remember that? And every naysayer said, man, this is not going to work. You just don't get it, Becky. You just get back in the box where you belong. And I'm like, no, I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to see where this is going to go. And it ended up, we proved that you could absolutely knock it out of the park and still be upfront. And people enjoyed the experience. And since that period of time, that's what I've wrapped my head around, the idea of letting a customer buy the way that they want to buy. I don't care if you're out at the salesperson's desk. I don't care if you're online. Wherever you are, I want to be.
Yes. Becky, I think about it like this. F&I is the most transparent today that it's ever been in the history of F&I, right? My dad did F&I in the early 80s. I literally called my dad in preparation for NADA convention. I was asking him questions about what was it? Tell me about what F&I was like. And pretty much what he described to me was felonies, right? Like that's what F&I was in the early 80s. And like, when you look at like F&I today is the most transparent it's ever been in the history of this business, right? Menus are commonplace. You know, I called my dad who did F&I back in the 80s, right? And I like asked my dad what F&I was in the 80s, and like what they called techniques back then, we now call felonies, right? Like it was just a different world. And yeah. I think about today, like my dad never used a menu. He didn't even know what a menu was. And now I think about like, I was an F&I director that we went from a paper menu to a digital menu where we would turn the screen to the customers. And I can remember the pushback I got on that. Now, most F&I managers that use a digital menu, if you try to take it away from them, they'd fight you over it. And what's crazy to me is as we've increased the like F&I is different than everywhere else for some reason, because as we've increased transparency to customers, guess what's happened to F&I PRU? It has continued to increase. According to our StoneEagle data, from almost 7,000 dealers, right? F&I PRU is literally at an all-time high. It's at 1,900 a car. It's been 1,900 a car through Q4 of last year. We're smashing almost $2,000 a copy nationwide, right? And like, that's unbelievable. And if you think about it, the way like today, we're more transparent with digital menus and like showing the base payment and showing the packages and how much each of those packages cost than we've ever been. And by doing it, we're actually at a PRU that in the 1980s and 90s, nobody would have even thought was possible. And so I think that we have this unconscious bias in automotive that like, we got to keep all these secrets. Like, oh, I've got all these secrets. I got like the magic, or I can't show anybody this stuff. And the reality is like consumers can feel that. And, you know, I heard an F&I trainer one time say, you know, imagine like how many, like you're proud because you smashed a 10-pounder, right? But think about how many deals you would have made money on had you not been trying so hard to smash that 10-pounder, right? Like there is, how many deals get so turned off by your attempt to smash a 10-pounder that they end up buying nothing from you and roast you on CSI. That if you actually did a quality presentation and made every customer understand the value proposition of what all it is that you're trying to help them understand from these protection products, then like you could significantly like increase your outcomes. And I think that, I just think we live in a world where like we've got to get over that hump, and F&I managers have got to take that message out to the lead.
Well, I think, you know, some are still hoping, praying that, you know, that this whole digital retailing is, I don't think that they're altogether ready for it. I think that, yeah, many have bought into the idea behind the actual digital menu presentation, but there's a lot of work to put this in place, from online to bridging that gap between what's taking place there to meeting the customer, understanding the terms that they had agreed to online, taking documents off the floor to digitalizing the entire workflow in the dealership, to doing a digital menu presentation, to doing e-contracting. Whether
to doing a digital menu presentation to a customer that's not sitting across the desk from you, but you're on a Zoom call with.
Amen. Remote and in dealership.
Yes.
So it is intimidating. In fact, I have Dora Muzi on. She'll be coming on as a featured speaker, and she's going to just walk through her journey from traditional finance to digital. And it was a scary, intimidating time for her. And because these F&I people think, wait a minute, this is my paycheck you're talking about.
Dude, Becky, when we were installing a digital menu back in like 2007, 2008 at my dealership, right? People fought it tooth and nail. They literally, no. I need my Sharpies. I need to flip it over. I got to draw the gap graph on the back here. Like I've got my presentation I'm going to go through. I do it my way. I got the bottom of the menu folded under. So then I could do the big price reveal at the end. Like everybody had their method. Yeah. And every time the technology didn't, like something went wrong, they would just, I told you this it's costing me a deal. Okay, like, bro, like your cell phone drops a call. Do you throw it out the window? No, like, yeah, your menu froze up in the middle of it. Get over it. Like, if you can't dance around that, well, I still got a warranty. Okay, cool. So it didn't actually ruin your deal, right? You still got a warranty and you still got 1.5 points in spread. And hey, let me go talk to him, see if I can get gap for you. Like it was, it was this, because we all do. There's only one person that wants change, and that's a soggy diaper baby, right? Like everybody else, we don't want change. But here's the thing. It's not up to us, Becky. It's not up to you. It's not up to me. It's not up to the F&I managers. It's not up to the GMs. It's up to one person. That's the customers. And what the customers are doing is more of the process online than they've ever done before. And here's the thing. According to the NADA digital retail study, in 2018, less than 5% of dealers had a payment calculator on their website. 2018, less than 5% had a payment calculator on their website. 2021, it's greater than 90%. Okay, so if you're working at a dealership doing F&I right now watching this, there's a 9 out of 10 chance that if you get on your website right now and you put in some customer info or don't put in some customer info, you can pull up a payment calculator and effectively pencil your own car deal on that car, right? Like that's the world we live in. And so you can choose to like put your head in the sand and go, oh, it's always going to be the same. Or you can say, you know what, I'm going to like adapt and figure out how I can get more involved in this process to deliver more value. And if you're an F&I manager, that's a huge opportunity, right? But here's the real problem, all right? This is the real problem that nobody's really talking about, and I'm going to talk about it because I like talking about things like this. Right now, as a dealer, is the time that you can actually experiment and try new things and go through the pain, because like she's going to tell you later, like, I'm assuming there's lots of little failures that happen along that way. When we went from paper menu to electronic menu or digital menu, there was lots of little failures. It hurt. We bumped our heads. We scraped our knees. We like fell down and got back up and figured out how to do it. You can do that right now because your profitability is the highest it's ever been, right? Like literally profitability right now is the highest it's ever been. Front to back car deals are making 3x the amount of gross that they were making in January of 19. It's literally front to back car deals have gone from $1,600 a car to $4,800 a car. Front end gross is up 7x. It's gone from $376 a car to $2,800 a car. And F&I PVR is up almost 60%. We've gone from $1,200 a car to $1,900 a car. Okay, well, you know what that means? Your per unit profitability is the highest it's ever been. So right now you can actually try some new things, because if you fall and bump your knee or you hit a couple of hiccups, you can absorb it because your profitability is the highest it's ever been. And here's the problem with that. Because your profitability is the highest it's ever been, you are less likely to change right now, because why would I change anything? Look, I'm printing money. I'm the greatest. I'm crushing it. So your instincts when things are really good will tell you don't change anything. But when things are really good is when you actually need to change things. And if you look throughout history, the companies that didn't change things when things were really good, that didn't take risks and didn't make changes and didn't adapt when things were really good, are the companies like Blockbuster that don't exist anymore. And so my advice to dealers, to GMs, to sales managers, to GSMs, to finance managers, hey, if you're a finance manager right now, you should be figuring out how to Zoom call more customers. You should be figuring out how to do a killer remote presentation that like increases CSI, where when that customer comes in, they're like 80 to 90% sold on a bunch of, well, what if I'm not here when they get here and somebody else delivers them? Who cares? Right? Let's come up with policies that protect you in that, because you did the hard work of getting them pre-sold. Right. And if you get you and everybody else in your department to do that hard work, guess what? When they get there, it doesn't matter who gets them, because they're already pre-sold on they're 80% closed. Cool. Bump that 20%. So for me, like, the hardest thing about being an F&I and being a dealer right now is that this is the time you should be experimenting. This is the time you should be trying stuff out, and you're not going to want to, because you're crushing it. And so my advice to everybody right now is, bro, start experimenting. Start experimenting today.
It's just important. Do something. One of the things I think managers all need to do is get together and work through the process, work through the technology, embrace it, leverage that technology that it supports what you want to do in the dealership, customize it to the way you do your business. It doesn't have to be a cookie cutter, same to all approach.
No, it shouldn't. So when I travel out to NADA Dealer Academy, because I'm the guest instructor there, I stay at the same place every time because they have a special NADA rate, and the Ritz costs the same things like the Marriott. Right. So like the Ritz is the same price. I'm like, I'll be bougie. I'll stay at the Ritz.
I'll just go to the Ritz.
And it's connected to a mall.
It's
a mall that has a Starbucks in it, which is like my favorite thing. So like I stay at this Ritz. It's the same price as like the Courtyard, because they have an NADA rate, and I get a free breakfast. So I stay at this Ritz. It's amazing. Like, it is, Becky, it's amazing. Right? Like, I show up, like, Mr. St. John, welcome back. We're glad to see you. I go to my room. They like leave me little presents because they like know it's me. Right? But I don't call and talk to somebody to book it. You know how I book it? Through the Marriott app, because it takes me 2 clicks and I'm there. That's how technology and people and process blends together to deliver a customer experience. That's what we should be doing at our dealership. Cool. You want to check out online? Awesome. By the way, I'm going to I get emails from them. Hey, we're going to be doing construction at this time to this time. Just wanted to let you know before you get here. Right? Like, that's bad news. It's bad news I'm totally okay with, because they're emailing me and keeping me in the loop. That's what we got to do as dealers. And to do that, what this really means is F&I managers have to start using the second part of their title, which is managers. They've got to get out there and start leading. And I think that, like, if you're an F&I manager watching this, you should walk out of this session today going, okay, I'm going to go do training on the showroom right now. I'm going to get some salespeople together. I'm going to teach them how to set me up on an internet deal. We're going to change our policies. You get a customer that puts a deposit down. I was at Walzer Toyota a few weeks ago. 100% of their allocated pipeline is already sold. 100%.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
They've got 540 deposits on units that haven't even been allocated yet. You know what that means as an F&I manager? I can just wait and pray and go, I hope when they get here that I can sell them something. Or if they're not going to buy anything, they're in that guy's name. Right. I can hope
right?
Or I can get involved and say, hey, Mrs. Jones, I'm Joe. I'm going to be taking great care of you when you get here. I can send them a video. I can like actually set up to be successful when that deal closes.
So I agree. I've always agreed about getting out, getting involved, getting engaged, whatever that it takes. I don't care. I don't care if it's, out front of the dealership. I don't care if the customer's more comfortable there. I'm going to go where the customer's most comfortable, because let's face it, if they're comfortable, you're more credible. They're just going to buy more from you. So keep 100%. Them in that idea of building rapport, engaging, and having fun in buying a vehicle wherever that they want to buy that vehicle. Yeah. Just be flexible, be fluid.
Yeah.
Be in the moment. Be in the moment. And I found that if you have fun with it, I'm sorry.
I said that's what the best F&I managers are doing. They're in the moment, they're fluid, and they're wherever that customer is.
Yeah. Well, Joe, I want to thank you again for taking the time to be here with me at the F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age. Now, I am going to put you on the spot. I wasn't going to, but I am now. So this is leading up to, get over here, get back. So this is leading up to, I will have another online event in the summer, but I'm going to go back to Atlanta, Georgia, and have that F&I Roundtable in the fall. And I would very much love for you to be there with us and helping to kick us off like you did the last time. So I'm putting you on the spot right now.
This ain't the spot. Becky, you ask and I'll be there, right? Like I am, I'm fired up to be speaking to this community. I am a F&I manager at heart. Like I believe that this is the automotive brain trust, and we've got to like help build it up to help this industry transform and keep pace with the rate of change of customer expectations. And if I can show up in Georgia and speak about it, like nothing would make me happier. So thank you, Becky.
We had a blast. It was a good time. A lot of great speakers.
I'm still full from that awesome reception. I'm still full from the reception.
The reception was incredible. Thank you, Joe. For taking good care of us. And we put that together and everyone loved it. So again, Joe, thank you. And I hope to have you back in the summer for my online event, as well as in the fall in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you.
Thanks, Becky. I appreciate it.
All right. Good to see you.
You too.
All right, Ted Ings, it is certainly a pleasure to have you on the F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age, otherwise known as Batman. And again, it's a pleasure. So first, when we get started, if you wouldn't mind, kind of share with our viewers, if they don't know you already, which I can't imagine that they wouldn't know who in the heck Ted Ings is. But if you wouldn't mind, kind of share your background and what you're doing. And you're doing a lot, especially again with the Fixed Ops Roundtable. So if you would.
You know, I lost my voice, so this is hard for me to say.
I appreciate that. I know
in as few words as possible. I'm a retail guy in the business, you know, since
and you've done
1981.
Wow.
So long time.
Yeah. A long time. Okay. So Ted, I asked you to talk through about, you know, we have a lot of the digital retailer providers coming on, talking about this terrific technology that's happening in the industry and how we leverage that technology to really help with our efficiency and also to increase overall performance. But it's not meant to replace. And I think this is something that you talk a lot about, the human factor and building those relationships with our customers. Can you talk about that?
It's the big differentiator that the dealer has is people. Carvana doesn't have the people we do, doesn't have the relationship with the customer, you know, we do. So it's the advantage the dealer has in the, you know, with all the disruption that's going on right now, you know, with all the technology, you know, which is good. But the bottom line is the dealership has the relationship with the customer from, you know, from the front to the back. Like Steve Apicella says, right? The whole digital, the whole customer experience is not just the digital. It's, you know, after they buy the car. It's after they've been in the F&I office. It's after, the whole relationship, and then having them come back again, for the next car and the next car and the referrals. So it's the advantage we have, Becky, as you know.
Well, he does talk about the recurring customer, and you're right. It's just not that micro moment they're presenting a menu, and then we just forget about the customer. See you later. Hopefully you make it back in my service department. And, if you don't, oh, well. But no, it is really affecting the change through the relationship based with a customer, and not thinking that, oh my gosh, all this technology that we're talking about in the industry is going to take away from, that bond that I have, the relationship with the customer.
It's still a people business, and that's what we have, is the people. It's not really about the cars. It's about the people in it, and what we do and what we know. And there's a lot of technologies, good and bad, right? Some are ready and some are not ready for prime time. But it still comes down to the people. Greg Penske said recently that at the end of the day, in spite of all the things that are going to happen in the next 10 years in our industry, it's about the human capital. And that's the term he uses. And Doug, Eero uses that as well. It's the human capital that they've got, and that's number one on his agenda, which I've known for some time. So, yeah.
Well, I think that, we have to do a better job in certainly connecting the dots. I mean, we talk about this whole digital retailing experience, getting the customer online to, have them pick and choose the terms that might be that would be available to them based off of their credit criteria in some way or another. But it's not, again, it's not stopping that relationship from the time the customer comes into the dealership. And, the thing is, I think we have that bridge from online to a dealership, but how important it is to bring in that human aspect once the customer gets into the dealership. It's still recognizing that they spent time online to determine some of the terms that would be available to them. Right.
Right. If we lose the people and the relationship aspect, Becky, the dealer's done. The dealer's out of business. We might as well just do the whole thing online, right? But we got the relationship going. So.
I feel like not only as you mentioned with Steve Apicella, he talks about not only pre-sale, he talks about touring, and he talks about the after sale. And, that's something that I've been banging my head up against the wall for many, many years, because I don't know. I just thought it was easy for me because I always worked a pay plan. I was in F&I. I worked a pay plan. So I made it a point. If in fact my customer didn't buy or take advantage of a service contract, you can bet I was back to that service department figuring out how can I get back in front of that customer to take advantage of a service contract. And what was funny, many times these dealers that they would pay me off of a higher percentage of service contract, like pay me a higher percentage out of my pool of business and pot, if you will. And they couldn't figure out, how in the world did you get that service contract penetration? I'm like, because I worked it. I made sure that I'm back in that service department. And, another thing is like, I think Tully Williams points out how important it really is to build relationship with that relationship with the customer is so important, but it's also very important between that F&I department and service coming together to really impact that performance. So there it is. So getting back in front of that customer after sale is critical to the bottom line, and retention, right? Getting that customer back in time and time again. Here's the thing. We have like maintenance programs that we offer, in our F&I departments. And the reason why we offer our maintenance is because we want customers back in the service department, because it only makes sense. And I know this goes hand in hand with everything that you do in your business. It just rings true. So
I trained a lender recently, and who interacts with, their dealers as a captive lender. And I believe that one of the issues they had going into the training was they had lost focus of the human factor. And when they spoke with the dealer, the rep at the lender said, "This is agent number 12345, and I'm calling you back about app number 987654." And it was very dry. There was no enthusiasm. It was just like a transaction to kind of, clear the deck so they could check that box off and move on to the next one. And, I think one of the issues there was that they had lost sight of that relationship with the dealership, with the business manager, with whoever they deal with on a regular basis, which is usually in that F&I office, right, Becky? And, we had to get back to, establishing that rapport and building that common bond and understanding that, there were a couple entities in that relationship. There's the captive, there's the actual OEM, there's the dealership, and that if they don't buy that deal, it doesn't do anybody any good, because then the dealership doesn't have the customer, service and parts doesn't get the customer. So, we had to kind of paint the big picture for them there.
Well, again, there's another type of relationship we have to do a better job with. And, part of, our discussion in the next couple of days will be about building those relationships, not only with the consumer, but with the lender as well. And making sure that we're just not shotgunning deals to the lenders and hoping and praying for the best call ever. And I think that we need to take these lender relationships a lot more serious. I mean, this shotgunning of stuff, and the thing that, okay, well, what generally ends up happening, you go with the best call, and maybe the best call isn't the best call. Maybe if you can pick up the phone because you have a relationship with one of the lenders, you might be able to rehash and even get a better call, have a better understanding of your customer, making sure that you have that relationship in place, and more important and also understanding how your lender buys. And some of these lenders, they want to see all the business, give them all the business, for crying out loud, but know what they buy. Absolutely. And building that relationship, whether it be the lender to the dealer to the lender, it just always makes more sense when we do that. And obviously you sell more cars, and that's always a good thing for repeat business. And one thing I will say about that, when we talk about customers who have some slow pay history, maybe some subprime credit, let's face it, we want to take care of that customer. That's a repeat customer. Some of these guys, some of them are like, blow them out. We have plenty of prime customers. We don't need to be messing around with some of that stuff. Well, some of that stuff, bad things happen to good people all the time. What are we doing? And I can tell you how many times I've put some deals together. I mean, some of these guys, it wasn't easy, but they were loyal customers through and through. So, let's do our homework. Let's make sure that, we're building the right relationship, with the consumer, as well as our partners. Lender partners are so important.
I agree.
So there I am. I'm on the rant again.
Yeah. And a lot of people don't like to talk on the phone anymore. Okay. They want to do the whole thing, and type it out, and I don't know. I think part of the relationship is having that connection, the voice. I think it's part of it. So.
Yeah. Well, I think the engagement starts. Here's how I feel about that.
When you have a voice.
I know your voice doesn't sound, and I really appreciate you coming on with us. I know everyone wanted you to be here, and
maybe that's the problem. I talk too much. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's a good thing.
No, you never talk too much. You're always informative. And, Ted, if there's any one person that has a pulse in this industry, the reason I respect you so much is because you do. You just do. And you're in it. You see it from all different perspectives. In fact, we have had many conversations, and sometimes, hey, you turn me around, you start, hey, you might want to look at it this way. You got a very unique way of what's going on in the industry. And sometimes you just have to look at it like that. And now here's the thing about that. Sometimes we may not like to hear what's going on, right? We'd much rather have the blinders on and, bury our head in the sand. And because we think it's all going to go away. But, I know in our conversations that we have, that's not our conversation. I may not agree with something, and it's like, let's talk about this. Don't you think we have to be open-minded to seeing and hearing some of the differences and changes in the industry?
Me too. Yeah. You got to take the medicine, right? You got to, there's a lot of things happening right now in our industry. So we got to be aware of all those nuances. So, yeah.
So I know we're getting close to your time, but let me ask you this. Do you think you were talking about earlier, this telephone conversation? I agree with the telephone conversation, but sometimes customers, you have to engage however which way a customer wants to engage, whether that be online, whether that be texting, whether that be in some other way of connecting with the dealer.
That's right.
Should you not be open to that?
Oh, I think you should, but I think that if I'm referring to dealing with the lender, okay? If you're going to deal with the lender and type it out, then there's less of a chance of that connection and bond. And then you're like everybody else who's just typing and texting. There's no differentiator, okay? So, I mean, I think you and I probably come from a different era, when we were more open to talking on the phone and people were open to talking to us as well. And I know personally it's part of my success that there's a lot of people in our industry who say, oh, how come I'm not successful? How come people don't get back to me? How come? Well, it's because you don't pick up the phone, okay? And I think you got to have that relationship. You got to have that connection with people. So you can't overlook it. Put it this way, you can't say, well, I'm just not going to do that. So
one of the hardest thing I think for myself is, and we talk about that. I mean, I can send out an email, I can do social media like there's no tomorrow, but you just hit the nail on the head. It's the getting back to the customer. It is never taking no for an answer and getting that person on the phone. It's communication and how critical that is. You can't just take no for an answer.
Well, I mean, you do get no, right? So, somebody called me recently and it was a prospective client and they called me, okay, to tell me the reasons that they wouldn't be doing business with me. And I sat back and I listened to the call and I said to myself, why are they telling me this? Why are they taking the time to tell me all this? And they're actually giving me all the reasons why they should do it. So I turned it around and I said, look, all the reasons you just told me that we can't do business together are the reasons we should. And here's what they are. And 15, 20 minutes later, we had a deal. Okay. So you got to listen. You got to listen to what the prospective client says, current clients as well. And you got to have that, like, it goes back to how you started off this conversation, Becky. You got to be focused on the relationship and the big picture. So,
well, I think, we talk about follow-up is so key. And how many times, whether it be myself, I mean, I'm probably really guilty of that. Okay. I probably don't do as nearly the follow-up that you do, that you remind me that I have to do. See, these are good people to connect with when they remind you of things that we need to do on a daily basis. And I think that in of itself, it's huge to, take the accountability and do what you got to do to get that business. But you don't, And you know, like you said, you're right. I mean, sooner or later, you got to take no for an answer. I mean, you can't, or otherwise these people are going to listen to you anymore. But at the end of the day, I mean, you're going to follow up.
You're I'll close with this, Becky. Your good
Okay.
friend Lisa Copeland says the fortune is in the follow-up. And I learned that from her. And I thought I knew it, but she really brought it home. The fortune is in the follow-up. Everything you do is in the follow-up. The difference between making a minuscule wage and, you know, Elon Musk, who always thinks bigger and bigger. And, you know, you got to say to yourself, maybe I don't think big enough, right? When you see some of the things that someone like him is doing. So the fortune is in the follow-up. That's where it's all at.
Well, Ted, thank you again. I
Thanks,
really
Becky.
appreciate you being on here with us.
Good luck
The
with all
F&I
this.
Master
Yep.
Series Forum, the digital age. It's a pleasure. Thank you again, Ted.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Becky.
You're welcome. Thank you.
At AutoFi, we power the end-to-end digital sales and finance experiences of the most innovative brands and deliver funded deals. And we're excited to build upon this with the launch of the next evolution of our commerce platform, Deal Center. Deal Center extends the deal-making power of the sales desk to everyone in the dealership, from your BDC, sales, F&I, and management. And it empowers them to more effectively work deals in the showroom and online in a shared experience with the customer. Deal Center enables your team to present side-by-side vehicle comparisons with details of the deal, send remote deals, and pencil deals alongside the customer. It helps your management quarterback the sales floor and structure deals in seconds, run soft credit pulls, and gain visibility into important financial calculations. And it adds efficiency to your finance process by enabling a customer to complete a digital credit app and receive firm offers of credit in real time. Dealers using Deal Center see more trust, efficiency, and profitability in their sales process. So if you're ready to enable your team with a digital platform that will supercharge their performance, get started with Deal Center today. Reach out to us to learn more.
Well, Matt Lasher, welcome to the F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age. And it's certainly a pleasure to have you with us today, Herr, and also Streamline Auto Solutions. And I got to tell you, I know both really well, but for our viewers and dealers, if you don't mind, could you share your background? How long have you been at Herr? What do you, let's
Becky,
go.
sorry, hold on. We got Scott Beeler here. He's the president and CEO of Herr. So this is real live fire
How
here.
are you?
He's doing a little Zoom thing.
All right. I just need you to call somebody, but keep.
I'll see you in like 20 minutes. You got it.
All
really
righty.
good
So the
stuff there.
boss walked in.
Yeah. Listen, Becky, so thanks for having us. Great to be here and hope to have a fun chat over the next 30 minutes or so. A little bit of background or bio. The Herr Automotive Group, start with that. We're a 32 store group in Buffalo and Rochester and now Syracuse, New York. We sell 60,000 cars a year. We service over 450,000 and we have 2,500 employees in our company. I got my start prior to Herr. I started at Nissan North America out of college. I worked for 5 years in LA, doing various sales and marketing jobs. Looked around and didn't want to be any of my bosses. So I quit to sell t-shirts out of the trunk of my car and play poker semi-professionally for a couple years. Decided I wanted to get married and settle down and had an opportunity to sell cars at Herr. So moved back to Buffalo where I grew up. And I started selling cars at our Nissan store. And I did a variety of retail jobs, F&I, used car management, sales management, And I've been in the marketing team, marketing director for the last 10 years or so here at West Herr. I also wear a hat of executive vice president at Streamline Auto Solutions, and we're a SaaS product designed to help with vehicle selection at the dealership level. So, so we're juggling a lot of things over here. I'm also married with 4 kids. That's probably the most important little fact about me. But, looking forward to the conversation.
Well, I know that you have a very impressive background, and I know that they think the world of you there at West Herr. And you certainly work with a dear friend of mine, John Schultz, and I just think the world of him as well. But I know where you guys have been. I know where you're going, and it's very impressive from what I've been able to see. And part of what we want to talk through today is some of these blind spots, and especially today, probably, right, where we're making profit despite ourselves. I mean, it doesn't take too much maximizing profits on these deals, and although that's a good thing, I mean, that's a great thing. But how long will that last? I mean, are we doing what we think? Are we still really being conscientious about getting into the minutia in training up our staff? Are we doing what we think that we should be doing to maximize growth?
With the Buffalo Bills coach, Sean McDermott, he's got a phrase that's become well known in Buffalo. It's called trust the process, right? And I think dealerships are at risk potentially of getting fat and happy, right? For lack of a better word. I do want to compliment all the Team West Herr folks, front lines, doing the work, getting the cars sold, getting them financed, getting them serviced, getting them delivered, getting them detailed. All of those things are hard work, and it's nothing that we want to ever take for granted. But the macro climate in the industry has been very favorable to well-organized, well-capitalized dealership groups, right? Profitability at companies like West Herr are really at an all-time high. If dealer groups are being candid and transparent, the last several years, dealership groups have been able to maximize profit opportunity. That's a lot, in large part due to F&I, in large part due to rising book values of used cars, which produces lease turn in equity. It produces higher grosses in the used car department. It produces higher profits in the wholesale department. So almost every line in the financial statement has benefited from some of this macro consumer shift from spending money maybe on travel and restaurants to shifting to home improvements and cars. Right. So there's been a fascinating construct there. And if you add in the PPP loans and some of the government stimulus money that made people feel a little cash rich in the short term, a lot of people decided, hey, I think it's time to upgrade my car. And, so the consumer demand has been remarkably strong over the last couple of years in our business. So these have been great times, and I think we should be grateful for them. But, it's the people that go to the gym consistently day in, day out, do the effort, do the work, and apply, the exercise and diet and eat right. Those are the ones that are going to stay the healthiest, right? And I think, one of the things I'm grateful for at West Herr is we always sort of live with this sense of, anxiety or like somebody's chasing you from behind. So we're never too complacent or content with what's happened, right? And so I think that builds, this desire to continue to try to maximize every opportunity that we have, do the best that we can each day. And we have a philosophy better than even at West Herr. So if we screw up or if we make a mistake, our goal is to, number one, own that, say we're sorry. And then number two, make the customer or the employee situation or whatever better than even. Right. Don't just get them back up to where they were, get them better than even. And from a customer service standpoint, we just absolutely have to live by that. But I love, where you led us here on this topic of blind spots. And financial success hides a lot of things, right? And it hides and it creates this potential sense of hubris or ego about how great we are at a particular subject or whatever, right? And so we got to be vulnerable. We got to be self-accountable. And I think we'll delve into a couple topics and highlight a couple things that show that for sure.
Well, yes. So I will share this with you, and you might remember this conversation, maybe not. I don't even, it could be 6 years ago with John Schultz, and he picked up an article that I wrote in the Subprime magazine, and all this, it was like, I've got to get a hold of Becky. I've just got to get a hold of this, and because she speaks my language. And really at the time, he was frustrated because F&I just really wasn't as flexible or comfortable, working with a subprime customer.
Mm-hmm.
They just felt it was just easier to deal with that prime customer. And through his process, he helped to train them, work with the F&I people to develop that skill set, and even leverage that with technology to really help them along the way to perhaps assure that the customers landed on the right vehicle that they could likely qualify for.
Yeah. So Becky, context for the viewers. So John Schultz is our director of subprime finance at Herr. And he has a lot of 14 years plus experience at Herr working deals with customers that have challenging credit situations. I personally prefer, maybe non-prime as a framing of customers with challenged credit. However, John had learned, right, fundamentally working the deal backwards, sort of from a finance first perspective, is really the best way to help a lot of these most challenging customers and from an affordability perspective. So he was right there, on the forefront, engaging with customers, trying to identify what cars can customers afford that we can get an approval on. Right. That was the fundamental question that he lived day in, day out. He used to work out of like a little, we called it a sugar shack, a little like auto loan center is what we called it. And, we would take all of these non-prime opportunities from the other franchise stores, and we would pass them to John. We would straight up just turn over the deal folder and give it, hey, John, you run with this. I don't know what to do with it, because it spoke to the fact that we didn't know how to put deals together at a franchise store level. We didn't really know how to do it. So a 580 score would come in, and we would be polite and professional and courteous and transparent. We might early TO them to the F&I office to go over the credit bureau. But beyond that, there was often a lack of skill at the desk. And I speak, this is for me, like I was a sales manager and tried to put every deal I could together, but I didn't know like what was the right combinations of things. And, if you were to ask me like, LTV, like what does that mean? Like I probably wouldn't have been able to articulate that to you at that time. So obviously pretty inefficient. We have 30 locations to funnel all those to one person or one little sugar shack. You got to figure out how to, democratize that insight. But that's definitely one of the major blind spots I think dealerships and successful ones today face is this affordability challenge. I would take it a step further, Becky. I would say that the majority of customers have an affordability challenge. Here's what I mean by that. 40% of consumers have a credit score of 680 or less. Okay, so 40%, all of those customers have an affordability challenge. But there's also plenty of tier one prime customers that have affordability challenges. It could be income disruption due to the pandemic. Maybe their business got really impacted over the last couple of years. It could be somebody buying a third car for their household, for their child, and they have a very specific budget need that they want to accomplish. It could be somebody graduating from college, perfect credit, getting their first real job out of school, but they got a lot of student loan debt and they got an affordability challenge. So at a macro, we believe that 70+% of consumers have what I'll call an affordability challenge of some sort. Now, if the dealership doesn't address that affordability challenge up front, if they don't think about it, talk about it, guide the customer through it, there's a very high likelihood that they're going to land themselves, or the customer will land themselves, on a car that's too much, on a vehicle that's just too much money, right? And that's going to create a lot of problems. A busy Saturday rock concert at the dealership, right? They land themselves on the Escalade that they love, right? And the deal gets written up and everybody's excited. It makes its way to the F&I, who knows right away, stop the presses. This isn't a deal. They can't afford this Escalade. We call that problem the great train wreck, right? And I think Greg Goebel and maybe others, maybe you, Becky, I think there's been other people that have used that phrase. So I won't say that we coined it, but we borrowed it. And that's the example. The customer is frustrated. The salesperson's frustrated. The sales manager's frustrated. The F&I manager's frustrated. And the lender's frustrated because they might have to rehash the deal a bunch and try to figure out what to do. So there's all this like pain that's been brought into the process because we didn't address the affordability challenge up front. Right. And so that is a huge, huge blind spot in an era where we're often pandering to the best credit customers out there, or the wealthiest, right? The people that don't have payment sensitivity. Right? Like maybe Becky, you want to come buy that Escalade and you're going to pay cash because that's how you roll. Or, you don't care. $2,000 a month payment, it's not a big deal to you maybe. But for the majority of customers, right? The majority of people, they do have a sensitivity to their budget. And obviously with inflation and the costs of everything going up and wage stagnation, wages staying flat, there's this big challenge, the squeeze on most people to be able to just afford their day-to-day lifestyle, let alone upgrading to a more expensive vehicle or whatever. So I think that's a huge, huge, huge misconception right now. I talk to a lot of dealers around the country who say, I only deal with prime credit customers. I only deal with tier 1 customers. And
I can see some say that, Highline dealers, that sort of thing, maybe in Colorado.
But even amongst Highlines, West Herr's got a Mercedes store, BMW store, an Acura store that does a lot of high-end luxury used. And the bias there is, we only deal with perfect credit. Well, that's not true. When you take a look at Route 1 and you sort of go behind the scenes, right. Let's look at the opportunities of the people that are raising their hands to do business with you. Right.
That's
and
right.
Worst case scenario, you might skew more towards the prime, but worst case scenario, 20% of your customers have a credit score of 680 or less. That would be way better than the national average. But regardless, you have customers that have this challenge. Negative equity is something that, maybe we've taken for granted the last couple of years. There hasn't really been any because of artificially high book values. But I think, and maybe this subject will come up, with other speakers throughout your course here, but negative equity is coming back. So if we put ourselves in 2008 land in the mortgage crisis and those issues, everybody that bought cars in the last couple of years, they bought them at higher elevated book values. In some cases, maybe 50% higher. And those book values will correct. And over the next year to 3, maybe, all of those situations are going to come to fruition, right? And so lenders are going to start getting punched in the mouth because they put out loans and they allocated risk based on certain book values, and they're going to have underperforming books of business because that loan that they wanted to cap at 140 LTV, it was really 200, right? Like really, after the book value
I'm right.
In real world, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a fascinating sort of evolution, but deal structure and the art of the lost art, perhaps, of structuring a deal for a lender is coming back full force. So I think it's awesome that you're putting on a conference and a seminar like this to continue to bring these things to the forefront because the F&I professionals are the ones that are really going to be greasing the wheel, really the ones figuring out how to get that throughput and that efficiency.
Well, Matt, thank you. And here's what here's what I'm hearing, seeing, is that because of what's happening right now in our industry, in that maybe our skill set isn't quite where it used to be. And that this talent of what I used to know and love, and everyone that knows me knows that I talk about it constantly. I talk about getting out there, meeting the customer at the salesperson's desk.
Yeah,
and I
early
keep
CEO
saying
never hurts.
Because that's where the action is. It's like, how do you not do that, right? How do you not get involved sooner rather than later? I want to check credit first and, rather than credit last. I want to get there. I need to figure this out. I want to make sure that, are we where we need to be? Is what can the customer actually qualify for? Why wouldn't I want to know that sooner rather than later? Heck, I want to know that online, but that's another conversation for some of these DRs. Here's the thing. The sooner I can get to that information, the better. So now
I would love to add, I mean, an early TO or an early credit is obviously a best practice, right? I would be lying
Not
to
for a
you.
lot of people, but for you
Well, I
it
would be
is.
lying
Yes.
to you if I said at Wester we do that every time, but we do aspire to run credit early and often in the process. But at Wester, at least what we do often is really a word tracky thing on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best. How good is your credit? Right. And anybody that gives any indication that there's maybe some concern with their credit or income, we're going to involve the F&I office early and run a 5-liner, get a sense of what the score is, talk to them maybe about their job or what, that type of just so that everybody can save time. Right. By being proactive and engaged up front, nobody wants to look at 10 cars that they have no shot at buying. Right. But I think, in the industry, the reason why we don't run credit up front is because salespeople typically are path of least resistance creatures. Right. We don't want to inject friction into the process for fear of a rejection or a no or a whatever. So we kind of just go along with what the customer says. And if Becky comes in to see Matt and we're just, Becky, what brings you in today? Well, I want to go look at that Escalade. Well, great. Let's go look at the Escalade. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Without maybe some of those interview questions happening, without any of those sort of, let's just see, where are we? Have you ever owned an Escalade before? Or do you have a car that you might be considering trading in? Like answering some of those questions allows clues to sort of expose themselves, right?
That would mean that you would have to train sales associates too.
It's a team
There's
sport.
another blind spot.
Team sport. I think the best F&I managers I've ever met really have incredible leadership gifts that, during a Saturday morning sales meeting, they take charge of a lot of that meeting and they're inspiring their team and they're getting early involvement, because I think the worst thing that an F&I manager could do is present themselves as a tough bully, especially to a brand new salesperson. And every time they bring a deal to you, like shaking and like, here, Becky, I got my deal for you. And then you punch me in the face and tell me how stupid I am because I forgot X, Y, and Z and they didn't figure out this thing.
Nothing never changes, does it?
Right. So, but if that's how you're framing yourself, you're missing a leadership opportunity to really inspire. And I know that often F&I managers don't manage the sales team, right? You have the sales managers for that. But there's this incredible opportunity. The best F&I folks have all this buy-in and they're always working with salespeople, coaching them up, trying to talk to them about the value of an extended service program and how they can plant seeds throughout the sales process. But if you're a closed-minded, tough F&I guy, well, now those messages don't transcend to the brand new salesperson that's scared of you, right? So I think we're all accountable, but it's a team sport and it works together. Salesperson, sales manager, F&I, GM, greeter, lot kid, everybody plays a role in how the customer experience is at the dealership for sure.
So I think you agree that, we need to get F&I out there, engaged. I think if they were to get out and engage, the sales associate would see them being more proactive as opposed to, just bring the deal to me and we'll figure it out, and by that time.
What about this? You talk about digital retailing, right?
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest misses in digital retailing right now is not connecting our team or our human beings at the store to the customer early enough in the process, right? We're sort of reliant on a 6-step thing that, Grandma Sue in Hamburg, New York needs to walk herself through. But if we can engage our teams, it affords us the same opportunity that happens in store to ask qualifying questions, build relationship, add value in the process, and connect the dots appropriately. If there's an affordability challenge, get them in front of the F&I manager. What dealership group in the country is connecting F&I people to customers online?
Well, what's going to blow you away. I had, talking to Carrie Wise. Do you know who Carrie Wise is?
Yeah, AutoFi, sure.
Yeah, she's amazing, right? So she's been in the industry for a very long time. And she talks up, I know she had an NADA presentation, and she talked up about the BDC, talking financing terms. Now, some people will go, have you just lost your mind? Our BDC is not going to be talking finance terms. Now, I think BDC needs to be talking finance terms. And here's why I think that. Because I know their job. Let's get the information. Let's get the customer into the dealership. Let's get them in. That's what we want to do. But if we don't have a sense of what that customer actually qualifies for, they're 2 hours out. No one's talking to them about the terms for what they qualify for.
Who wants
That's
a
the
2-hour
one
drive
that's
into
going to
your
show
dealership?
up.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Who
Right.
wants to drive 2 hours into your dealership and not get approved on the car that they thought they were buying today? Right.
It happens, doesn't it? And it's like
Yes.
frustrating. And it's like, I don't have any other vehicle here. You're going home without a car. And to me, I'm thinking, well, why would I want to do that? If I can get to this sooner rather than later, even through BDC, I think that's another blind spot. Why aren't
Yeah.
we training up there
Well,
to
and
figure
so
out a way to streamline that whole thing?
this notion, I love that, Streamline, this notion of vehicle selection and who should do that in the process. What we've learned over the years is the more proactive you can be with your team, your professionals that know the business, the more involved and proactive they can be with identifying affordability concerns and proactively selecting vehicles that make sense based on those conditions, the better outcome you have downstream. Right. And so whether it's a BDC person, which I don't object to, it could be a BDC sales manager-y kind of position. Maybe it's not every BDC person. Maybe it's the senior ones that are a little more well-versed in some of the processes, right? Like that's certainly reasonable. Or there's a lot of technology out there. A lot of chat tools allow live transfer of a conversation from one person to another, right? And so let's say I'm chatting with a customer on westher.com and it starts to get into this. Well, can I get approved? Well, I'm not sure. Or I can send you a link to the credit app and then I can forward the chat to the F&I manager real time. Like, so I could walk you through the 5-liner as an F&I person at Herr, and I can guide you and say, hey, listen, great. What's the best number I can reach you at? And I'm going to call you after I have a chance to look at your credit app in 5 minutes. And we're just going to go over that. And then I'll send you a link to some cars that will meet your affordability needs. Right.
I think that's great.
That is a great way to address some of these issues. One little stat I'll share with you, a popular digital retailing tool. I was talking to them about what percentage of customers who engage with the tool change the credit score. So all the digital retailing tools typically default to excellent credit, right? And so in this tool, like that's how it's defaulted. And I said, well, what percentage across the country do customers change that thing? And the answer based on their analysis was 90% or so of the customers do not. They do not change off the excellent credit. Now, we know based on national data that that's not congruent with what the statistics show. However, it also highlights that customers don't really have any interest in identifying a true affordable. They know that their interest rate is going to go up. They'd rather submit a deal at a lower interest rate, right? And see what happens. Maybe they'll maybe they'll qualify for it. Maybe they won't. Whatever, But it introduces
that. Take a shot.
Yeah, whatever. I'll just try. I'll see. I compare it to shopping for homes. So, like on Zillow, you might look at a $5 million house on Zillow, but you're pre-approved for $400,000. You're never going to contact the real estate agent on that $5 million house because you just know you can't afford it. But in Carland, we allow people to submit leads on G-Wagons and Lamborghinis and Escalades all the time that have zero propensity or ability to pay for it, right? And then we try to work our way out of it. And in a lot of cases, we have some success, right? But it's fascinating to me that our tools have this largely, prime, perfect credit, zero affordability issue bias built into them. And that's just because maybe, these tech-savvy technologists building fancy programs, we're all kind of in this different bubble of Carland. We know what the models are. We're not budget sensitive and, that sort of thing. So it introduces an interesting, another maybe potential blind spot to our industry.
So how do you think, again, your desk managers, and we don't have to say just in your group, but and I'm also seeing some of the guys have the ability to submit the deal to the bank, and the whole idea behind that is supposed to speed up the process by submitting the deal. But then we have another blind spot there. Some of these guys have no idea what their lenders are buying. And so my question, does that make sense? does it make sense just to let's submit a deal. Let's kind of try to figure out what we've got, and maybe we'll get lucky.
Yeah. Well, we were
And get
talking about
somebody to buy this deal.
before the show sort of went live here. We were talking about lenders begging for clicks, right?
Yeah.
And this notion that every lender that Herr does business with would love for us to send every application to them in Route 1, right? But we do business with, let's say 30 lenders, and we're going to sell 5,000 or 6,000 cars this month. So it's impractical and obviously unrealistic to send all 5,000 or 6,000 deals to all 30 lenders, right? So how are we making decisions to send deals to which banks? And if you've been in the F&I office for longer than a month or two, you know that basically it's your own bias in terms of the lenders you've had success with. It could be lenders you like the credit analyst, right? So you feel comfortable having a conversation with that person. Or it could, maybe it's a new flyer or whatever, like maybe somebody, a new one that's caught your attention. And then all the lenders that don't present challenging funding issues, right? So if you've had deals get kicked back or chargebacks or you're struggling to get this paperwork figured out. Well, you don't want to do business with that one anymore, right? Forget that balloon deal. I'm not putting that one together. Like, no thanks, right? So this bias presents itself. So now as a finance manager, I'm sending it to 3 or 4 banks that I do business with regularly, just because like they're who I'm most comfortable with. It's not necessarily the lenders that are best optimized for that customer or that deal structure, because there are different strategies that lenders are deploying to service the market. Some really don't care about mileage of a vehicle, right? And so they'll extend it for months on a high mileage car. Some don't care about extended service contracts being added after the fact, right? Or some don't care about, age of the vehicle if the mileage is low or whatever. So, there's all these different strategies, and then they have different ways to navigate different FICO bands. Now, I know that, lenders have moved off FICO as like a primary decisioning.
And they got more.
However, what I love about FICO is it's something that customers understand. They get it, right? Like they have a score. They understand what that is. They're not going to understand what the, tier 3 at Ally or what, you know what I mean? They're not going to understand what the tiers are at the different lenders, because that's a little more opaque. It's a little more arbitrary based on the lender's assessment of your risk, because they're looking at your propensity to pay your electric bill and how you paid your auto last time and how long you've been at your job or whatever. Some of these more artful metrics. So it's interesting, but I really like the FICO from a perspective of customer understanding. So if we're a dealership and we want to align with the customer from an affordability perspective, or just let's align expectations. Becky, you can afford a $350 a month approximately payment. I'm not a financial advisor, but here, based on what we know about you, $350 is a reasonable point. Yes? Okay, great. Right. And now you've aligned yourself to what you can then ultimately go down the path of this proactive vehicle selection, making sure that you're really aligned and finding a car that meets the customer's needs. So, this efficiency and throughput and all of that stuff, these are skills that are going to continue to be required, because we don't want to have 5,000 people working at the dealership either, right? We have, efficient teams, 20, 30 people. They got to crank through these deals, right? So vehicle selection matters, and it can't just be left up to the customer, because as it is today, websites have no proactive filters for affordability. Websites do not consider loan to value. They don't consider book values on a website. Yeah. Every lender cares about the book value. There's a big disconnect between what websites do and what the lenders care about, right? So because of that, that's why people, professionals at the dealerships, human beings, we get to thread that needle. We get to be the intermediary layer and this advocate for the customer, as long as we're well-versed and we know what we're talking about.
So here's what I'm hearing you say. So it's so important today, more so than ever before. Right now is a really, really good time to take a look at your blind spots, wherever that they may be. Look at your process at the desk. Does it make sense with what they're doing and how they're doing business? Are we maximizing every opportunity? Are we just going with the callback? Could another additional $500 make a difference? Could a different Equifax or another report, TransUnion, make a difference? Look at everything before we make that decision to contract that customer at one lender or another. And then also, let's not forget about that F&I person. Let's get him in there to meet with the customer to, hey, is there a way to make this even better? Are there other options here based off of a conversation that I have with that customer? Now, I could tell you from my perspective, I don't see too many sales managers getting off the desk. Now, there are, but far between. Getting out there to talk to the customer to determine what's going on, what happened, what's changed, why won't it happen again? And just as, like you said, it doesn't have to be subprime. It could be somebody who is prime, who has limited income, but could still buy a car.
Right.
Who's validating this information? So again, I think that if we're not doing that up at the desk so much, this is why it's so important to build that relationship with that sales person to be able to transfer of trust, getting out there, meeting with that customer head on to determine what's it going to take to go ahead and put this deal together and make it a better way to go for the customer, a better rate, a better term, more affordability, as you mentioned, and also at the same time, let's sell some cars to maximize profits.
We had an interesting example I'll share with you quickly just last week, where there was we looked at a deal that had gotten delivered and sent through a particular lender. We know from another lender that we do business with that callback from the other lender was better. So it was a couple points better for the customer. However, there was proof of income required with that lender versus the other lender who didn't have proof of income. Yeah. So because of that friction, the customer ended up subsequently being rolled out at the higher rate. Now, to an F&I manager, they don't really care, probably one way or the other. They still got the full spread. They got the reserve. They sold the product. Like, oh, life is good, right? But from a customer experience, it was a missed opportunity for us to provide a little bit extra customer satisfaction. Hey, Becky, I can lower your rate 2 points. But the way I'm going to do that is, can you bring in a pay stub? Can you bring in a pay stub and
that's the place persistent. Yeah.
But so we talked about blind spots in the process, right? And there's this team collaborative atmosphere. But I think similarly, pay plans create some blind spots or willingness to dig and willingness to work aggressively through a deal. Because like a cash deal, for example, we all know that no F&I manager in the country wants a cash deal to come into their office because there's this bias that I'm not going to make as good of a PVD on that deal. I might have a harder time selling an extended service contract. I'd rather just let the other F&I person take it if they're available. Right? That's an example. That's evidence of working a pay plan, because when you're trying to maximize your grid and you're trying to get to certain sales penetration on either product or PVD in total, that creates a behavior that really that's all you care about. Right? It's not about customer experience, or it's not about, maybe a 580 score that comes in that I really got to work through identifying their income, figuring out what they can afford, working through vehicle selection. There's a lot more steps, a lot more work and effort. But in the last 2 years, we've had such wonderful climate that I got 3 prime credit customers paying over sticker for a used car. Like, I'm going to work with those 3 as opposed to that 580. So we have pay plan things that as leaders of the dealerships, we got to consider and just be thoughtful about, right? Like, because it's not finger pointing from sales manager to F&I to salesperson. It's about identifying how can we work collaboratively together and lean into our strengths. If the sales manager is reserved and not comfortable getting off the desk to go talk to the customer, well, maybe the F&I person is. So maybe as a team, you say, hey, Bill, every time we identify some affordability challenge, we're going to tap you on the shoulder. Go TO them early. Right. Or vice versa. If the F&I person's more reserved, then maybe the sales manager takes on that role. But I just think deploying empathy, asking interesting questions. As a dealer principal, I would ask, hey, F&I person, why did you send it to Ally Bank? Just ask that question because you'll get insight. Well, because, I know they have a, cap at 110% LTV. Maybe you get some specific answer. If you don't get a specific answer, keep asking. Keep asking questions. Well, why did this one go to Cap One? Why did this one go to Wells? And I think that allows the team to sort of expose this vulnerability that we have with not really understanding which programs are for what.
You know, there's a lot to be said about that. We used to call them save a deal meeting and or make a deal, however which way. Every morning we'd get together, huddle, with our managers, and we look at every single deal. And we look at, okay, condition deal, how do we put this deal together? What do we need to do to go ahead and make this deal better? And or what we got done the day before. And that's a perfect time right then and there to talk about why we did what we did.
Because you still remember.
That's a great idea.
Remember the scenario. Yeah, for sure. I love save a deal meetings. Those are awesome. And, I know there's a lot less quote unquote dead deals in the current climate. But we're still missing some opportunities there. Even the best run dealerships out there, are brooming people on the lot because they feel like there's no shot this customer's buying a car or whatever. Right. So that's happening every day. And so the more we can be proactive about identifying those, holes in the bucket, the better.
Well, I certainly agree with you. And I, again, can't thank you enough, Matt, for taking the time to be here with us and sharing this information on the F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age. And it's a pleasure. And I know Streamline also just brings a tremendous benefit in helping dealers to really sell more cars, maximize that profit, and certainly leveraging that technology. And I've seen it firsthand.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your service there, Becky. Thank you. Great to be here. I really enjoyed the chat. So, and if anybody out there has any questions or wants to connect with me or whatever, like happy to connect on LinkedIn or shoot me a text or get my contact info from Becky. But
yeah, they are great.
Yeah, thank you.
Good group of people. And one of these days, I'm going to get into that dealership of yours myself and work in that BDC.
Nice.
So welcome everyone to F&I Master Series Forum. Steve, Burke, it is certainly a pleasure to have you here today with us. And boy, let me tell you, you've got some exciting news to share and really talk through some of the changes going on in the industry, mergers and acquisitions, AI, all sorts of stuff. But before we get into this, let's talk a little bit about you, your background, how you became Steve Burke, and how that came to be Agora. And so, how about it?
Well, thank you, Becky, and thank you for hosting this and having me. I'm honored to be part of your F&I Master Series Forum. So, how I became, I have about a 45-year career, both in retail auto, banking, and the auto finance business. I started in the car business quite some time ago. I had a lot of hair back when I started in the car business. And in the 80s, I exited the car business and I opened my first finance company. It was a subprime finance company, traditionally buying loans from car dealers one at a time. And that evolved into, where I was thinking of even a better model than that of buying loans on the secondary market. So I ran another rather large finance company that bought loans on the secondary market from banks, credit unions, car dealers. And then I sold that to a very large bank and I managed acquisitions at that national bank. And then, throughout my career, I've always noticed that the car dealer community and the small to mid-tier finance community were just underbanked. They weren't able to access elegant capital and abundant capital like some of the larger institutions were. Especially, as a banker, my cost of funds was relatively nothing because we'd use deposits and access to capital was easy. We were a bank. and didn't have to be on that financial treadmill like a lot of finance companies and car dealerships are. So, throughout my career, I experienced all that, and I wanted to change that dynamic between how a car dealer, whether it's a very small car dealer or a large franchise dealer group, or how a small to mid-tier finance company borrowed money. So in 2017, we founded Agora with the sole purpose of bringing abundant and elegant capital market capital to the car dealer community. And it's been an exciting journey since 2017.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I'm very impressed with Agora, and I know that you are really helping to revolutionize how this funding is coming together and the growth potential for our independent as well as some of our franchise stores as well. And I think that is, that's absolutely newsworthy, frankly, because you're allowing them to have greater impact without a higher rate of interest, if you will. And that is through, which is really kind of interesting as I wrap my head around all this, and that is data AI stuff. So here you go. Tell everyone, how this works and how this really helps for this mergers and acquisition.
Sure. Look, great question. First thing, when I talk to a group of people about AI and machine learning, and just full disclosure, I am not a data scientist. I'm 64 years old, not a data scientist, but I think I know a little bit, about AI and machine learning. But when I try to talk to a group, let's say of car dealers, and they say, oh, AI, that's dangerous to use and everything. And I will be talking to a group of dealers and I say, well, how many dealers in this room or how many of you finance executives use AI today? And very few of them raise their hands. And I look at them all and I say, well, you'd be very surprised to know that every day, as soon as you just simply pick up your iPhone or Google something or use your maps or anything like that, you're using artificial intelligence. And simply put, we accumulate data. The name of our company, everybody knows us as Agora, but our corporate name is Agora Data Inc. The reason why we put data in our name is, I'm a firm believer that 21st century analytics are based on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and not on old-fashioned scorecards. And here's where I'm going to go with this. So we've acquired or from my prior lives or new data, over $15 billion worth of data on subprime loans. And when you know what the data set looks like going in, so all the borrower information and the loan information and the collateral information going in, and then you have all the end results, so what loans defaulted, what loans paid, what loans prepaid, you can train and build your models to repeat that time in and time out. So if a loan looks like this, it's going to perform like this. And again, not being a data scientist, we pull in hundreds of other data points into those machine learning models, look for correlations, and then build this scalpel-like models. When I started in the car business, I tell a joke to people that I invented the first scorecard. And really what it was, back in the old days, a credit bureau would print out on a thermal printer. And Becky, you're only 21 years old, so you don't remember
right.
printers. But thermal printers would print out a long sheet of paper. And I'm 5'11", and I would stand up and hold that paper. And if it touched the floor, I would turn them down because they had too much bad credit. That was
That's
a
right.
scorecard.
I remember this.
So fast forward to what we do today. That was an axe. I had everybody use their gut or scorecards. And that's like an axe. You're throwing an axe, you're directionally correct, and you do well. A lot of companies have done great with scorecards and old-fashioned ways of doing it. But AI allows you to have a scalpel. It allows you to price better. And when you price better, you can give consumers better deals. It helps everybody. It helps dealers, the finance companies, the capital markets, and the consumers. And AI creates a win-win situation. So I think it's I think anybody not using advanced analytics, whether it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, combination of both, really needs to look into that because it's so powerful.
So this is a great segue to talk about your giveaway, because I really I wanted everyone to have a better understanding of what you're doing so they can understand what they're getting. So this is a phenomenal, guys, listen up, because I'm telling you, this is a phenomenal offer. Steve?
So we have an Agora Capital product, and that's where we bring this elegant, abundant capital from the capital markets to car dealers of any size, small to large, finance companies of any size, small, medium, or large. And we bring them this elegant capital. So, for the F&I Master Series Forum, anybody that comes to our Agora Capital product and we lend them money in that product, and by the way, it's the lowest interest rates that you can have on the market, and that deal closes by May 31st, we will reduce the first month interest bill by 50%, which could be a couple of $1,000s to a couple of $100,000. And we'll do that for this F&I Master Series Forum for you, Becky, and for your listeners, and literally reduce that first month's bill by 50%.
Well, I think that's a phenomenal offer, and I can't thank you enough. And just being, supported and having you as a friend and associate, I think that this is absolutely terrific. So thank you. So,
Hey, before you go on, can I throw one more thing in just to let everybody
Absolutely.
know why we do that? It's not that we could just afford to wipe out 50% of a bill. It's because we're definitely looking for relationships. We're not a one-stop shop. So in the long term of a relationship, that's how we're able to afford to do that. And I just think it's a nice, powerful start for someone coming into our program.
You know what? Here's one thing I've learned in my career. It's all about relationships. It's all about the people that, I remember Jim Bass talking to me maybe, I don't know, 5-6 years ago about coming on board with you, and look at where you are today. So it really
Jim's
is
a big
about
asset for
that.
us.
Yeah. He's amazing. He's good people, love him to death. But again, so talk about relationships and how important that whole thing is. It's builds trust. And okay, so this AI is actually changing in financing for lenders, and it's not all driven by this FICO score. You have some of these lenders coming up and they're like, no, it's more on this internal scoring now. And that means some can actually, for different type customers, you're getting a loan to value. That's out of this world. Awesome. Is it Upworks? They're off. Did I say that Upwork? Upwork, I think. I almost want to say Uptake, but it's not. It's Upwork, I think. And they're offering, and it's all AI, and they're
You
loan
talking
to
about
value.
Upstart?
There it is, Upstart. Sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Right, that's
Sorry
okay.
about that.
Let's start a new company. We'll call it Upworks.
Upworks. I don't know what it is. Upstart. Yeah. Anyway, but it's phenomenal, Prodigy, and that, the whole 9 yards. I love their DR program platform, but that's where they're at. Loan to value can be as much as, 185% on certain customers. And did I hear that right?
Oh yeah, no, we've seen loan to values even north of 200%.
Wow. Just because of AI and how
No. So I think AI will drive down those loan to values because think about what I'm saying with AI with having an axe to throw an axe. You have to have a high loan to value, a high interest rate, because it's more difficult to distinguish between who will pay and who will not pay. So you need, since you can't distinguish that axe, everybody is almost a one size fits all, high LTVs, high interest rates. With AI, you have now a scalpel. So you're able to distinguish between better borrowers and lesser borrowers and have a better offering tailored to that risk.
Okay, so I think where I was sort of going with this was that since they have the ability to do that, many of the lenders have a set loan to value
Mhm.
based off of FICO score, right? For the most part, it's internal. Sometimes they post the FICO score and the rate and the term, that sort of thing, loan to value, and then others it's internal. But where I was going with this so much was the fact that based off the internal scoring, that they'll provide the customer with a higher loan to value. So for example, if there's more negative equity in the deal, in this particular situation, they'll absorb that difference and
Oh, okay.
allow the customer
Yes.
a higher
So,
loan.
so they'll take the amount that they're upside down and allow it to be in a loan, creating a higher loan to value.
Correct.
Because they
Yeah.
more accurately are predicting the risk.
Correct.
Spot on.
Yeah. So that's really cool.
Spot
And-
on.
Yeah. So that's kind of like how the industry is kind of changing up in that regard, and how some of these lenders are sort of kind of offering that capability, as long as, and here's my thing is, sometimes these desk managers get a little trigger happy, right?
Yeah.
And they
Yes.
just like to go ahead and submit deals like, and shotgun and get their best call. And meanwhile, they end up not knowing what their lenders, what options they have available to really make a, more impact on that deal.
Correct. No doubt about it. And, we take an approach that there's no such thing as a bad loan or a bad deal, just bad pricing. So you have to price everything right. And again, that's what AI really allows us to do, now is price loans properly, which helps everybody, right? It helps the consumer, helps the dealer, helps that F&I office because, they're delivering more cars. So, it's not only, what terms you get, but how many loans do you get approved? How many applications does an F&I manager have to submit that eventually get turned down and don't get booked? And that's lost revenue, right? So through great artificial intelligence, we can literally price everything, which means an F&I guy can literally, or an F&I gal, can literally deliver, more cars, sell more product, and do a better job for the consumer at the same time.
So I like to see that happen for the industry because, again, there's so many different variables with every single customer. So let's talk about what's going to happen. I guess you don't have a crystal ball, neither do I, but maybe you have more information than I know. I don't know. But 2 years from now, what's the marketplace going to look like, do you think, as far as values on these vehicles? What's going to happen, do you think?
So I've noticed more change in the last couple of years than I've seen in the last 45 years. I mean, it's amazing what's happening. Recently, Carvana buying the Odessa auctions. That gives them 50 distribution centers nationwide. The recent news of auto nations or Penske wanting to build their own captive finance companies. It's just leading me to believe, in my opinion, of what's going to happen is first on inventory. I don't see pricing coming down anytime soon. And now with what's going on in Ukraine, there's going to be more chip shortages. So, I see vehicle prices remaining high. With that said, I see dealers starting to now focus on building their own captive finance companies so they can own their customer, keep that customer in their ecosystem, keep control of that customer, trade them into another vehicle, have other offerings and cross-sell ability. So I think the industry is changing rapidly, very rapidly. And I think the way it exists today, 2 years from now, it'll almost be, what happened with Blockbuster and Netflix, right? Blockbuster was going strong and then boom, here came Netflix and Blockbuster wouldn't adapt. So my opinion, and I don't know if to share with everybody, but my opinion is, for the independent dealers, they need to evolve into building captive finance companies and having really good data analytics to be able to compete. They need to understand how to make their delivery process similar to online retailers where it's very easy to buy a car, basically push a button and buy a car. Spending hours in a dealership is just not going to cut it soon.
Yeah.
It pisses everybody off.
Yeah.
Customer, the dealer, the F&I guy, everybody. Nobody wants to spend hours in the dealership. So I think the dealers of 2022 and beyond are going to need to focus on customer service, on delivering, a service to the consumer where it's rapid, with a smile. But I think very important, and this is where we're focused here at Agora, is providing all that technology and capital to be able to compete with large online retailers. If you're a bricks and mortar dealer today, you need to figure out how that, $5 billion car lot that's going to open up next door to you that's called Carvana is going to impact your market share. What are you going to do to keep your market share? I learned a new word in business, Becky, the other day, and it's a simple 4-letter word.
Oh, what's that?
Never used in business before, and it's called a moat, M-O-A-T. And I've just never used it in business before. And someone asked me, how do you build your moat? And I Googled real quick, okay, what does that mean? And it's simply, how do I protect my franchise here, let's say at Agora? So, relating that to whether it's a franchise dealer or an independent dealer, what's your moat? How do you protect yourself from the online retailers taking market share away? And I think you have to look close at what they do and have the same kind of analytics, same kind of, internet and social media presence. And it really starts with the capital to do all of that.
Well, I'm telling you right now, it sure does. And by working and knowing how to work your capital, whether or not you do in-house financing, which this is something that, if you remember back in 2008 when everything just, went to, it wasn't, we had the financial crisis. Let's just put it that way. That would have been a perfect time for a lot of dealers to really, think about it, offering customers getting into that, because there were a lot of customers, good people, who had some bad things happen. That would have been the customer that I would have given a loan to in a heartbeat for a second. And and they would have, one thing I have found, if you take good care of a customer, who has had some, tough things happen in their life, and you just do good by them, good things happen. They stay with that dealer time and time and time again. You gave me a shot. You helped me out. You took good care of me. You made me feel really good. And they buy again and again and again. It's just that reoccurring business. It's not selling one car one time and forgetting about it. It's really getting in there and reoccurring business. Now, everyone, if you're liking what you hear, and I'm sure that you are, you better be putting hashtag Agora. Am I saying that Agora correctly?
Agora, yes.
Agora. Okay. And then you'll have to tell us exactly what that means. Sure. Hashtag Agora. And I want your name, and you got to put your email in chat. So that is the only way I can get a hold of you to make sure we take good care of you, to go ahead and get this started. I'm going to do everything I can to support Steve on this. So I need to have your name. I need to have your email address. We want hashtag Agora. And if you feel like it, Agora data. I'm good with that. And so tell everybody what's up with Agora. How did you come up with that name?
So you're going to laugh. But first, I just learned recently that in Portuguese, it means now.
Yes.
So in Portuguese, Agora, now. That's not why we named it Agora. So back in ancient Greece, the Agora was the gathering place, was the place where everybody went to do business, to have a cup of whatever they drank back then, to sell, their goods or wares to other people. It was that central gathering place. And, that's how we like to look at Agora, as sort of that ecosystem, that gathering place for car dealers and finance companies, to get lots of data and lots of, technology, and then most importantly, abundant and affordable capital. So that's what Agora means in ancient Greece, and that's what we like it to mean today, is the place to go for, anything you need auto.
I love it. So here's the thing, Steve. As I'm sitting back here thinking through this, I know our dealers and finance people they're really having a tough time with this DR, digital retailing. F&I people, they want to protect the golden goose. They want to protect that F&I profit center. They don't like the idea of giving up too much information online. And F&I was like, are you kidding me? I don't talk about any of these terms until that customer makes their way into the F&I office. And they, for some, and they're resilient. Car dealers are resilient. They're successful despite themselves. They've made more profit ever, right? In the last 2 years than ever, I think, in history. I mean, to tell you. So it's tough to get to get them to understand the benefit behind leveraging the technology to help them improve processes that ultimately serves the customer's best interest. Okay, so say that. In your world, as you talk to your dealers, independent new car dealers, about the way that you offer your funding, do you ever meet with any kind of resistance, or is it just me? To new
I'm not
ideas.
sure. Resistance on what?
Just the idea behind this AI and how they, I guess, view their business. They see their business through an AI instead of the traditional way of obtaining funding.
So,
Am
well, sure, but so what we do with artificial intelligence and machine learning allows us to do what we do, right? So on the funding side, if we take let's say an independent used car dealer, whether buy here, pay here, or just truly, an independent dealer, first, my opinion is they should all have their own captive finance company, because when they have their captive, they can sell whatever back end product they want. There's not a finance company out there or a bank that's buying that loan from them saying, we're going to limit you to $2,000 for an extended service contract, or we're going to limit you to Gap at this price, or whatever other product, right? That's, usually it's the lender that puts those restrictions on the dealer, which limits back end profit. When you own your own captive finance company, you're the lender. We're providing you the capital and the technology to be that captive. So as the lender, if you want to put $3,000 worth of product on there, it's up to you. If you want to put 5,000 product on there, it's up to you. As long as it's within, legal guidelines and regulatory guidelines, you could do whatever you want because you're the lender. So Becky Auto Sales, with her own captive finance company, may decide to charge this customer 13% interest and $3,000 worth of product. And that's your decision, not the bank telling you. We provide the technology to bring you the capital to do that.
So I don't know why more dealers wouldn't want to do that, I guess, what's the drawback?
Typically or historically, dealers haven't been able to get enough capital to do that.
Okay.
So if you're a Becky Auto Sales, right, and you're not a buy here, pay here dealer, and every day you're selling 100 cars a month, and every one of those loans are either cash deals or you're selling it to some bank or a finance company, you don't have the capital to do those 100 deals and keep them in-house. We provide you that capital, and we do it with market capital, Wall Street money. Not to get into too much detail, but we did the very first crowdsourced auto securitization ever done in the world. And what we did is we crowdsourced a whole bunch of car dealers into a capital market securitization and brought that elegant money to those car dealers, the same kind of money that the factories and the big banks, and the big captive finance companies, that's how they get their money. We bring that to the car dealers. So now every dealer, Becky's Auto Sales or Steve's Auto Sales, can now build their own captive, own the loans, but not have to worry about a thing. not have to service it, not have to worry about any licensing, the regulatory, the capital. You approve who you want to approve. You sell what product you want to sell. We give you all the tools and money to do that. So historically, that hasn't been available. So the old traditional model is sell a car to, Jane Doe and sell that loan to ABC Finance Company and be restricted by what they tell you you need to do on selling that loan to Jane Doe, on creating that loan for Jane Doe. Why not have that destiny in your hands? Why not own the account, own that customer relationship forever, and not have somebody else involved in that relationship? That's what Agora brings, like I said, it's been a fun journey. We're 5 years old in 2 weeks. So it's been a fun journey so far.
Well, I'll tell you, I think, again, those that are on this session panel, you definitely need to go ahead and hook up and hit that pound hashtag Agora, and also make sure to include your email as well as your name. And I know we'll get a hold of you and see what we can do to go ahead and hook you up. I think, in a way, it reminds me, if you will, about, and you're going to go, I don't know about that, Beck, but reinsurance and First Extended and DOWCs, and it's a way for a dealer to control that business. And you're doing the same thing with capital is really what's happening. And you're the admin for that, and you just make it all that together easy. And they still have regulations and everything else. And that's why they, Hudson and Co came in handy, because they were talking about all the regulations on the vehicle protection plan. So
listen to Eric and Patty.
They're terrific. And yes. It was a great session this morning with them. So it was terrific. So
great.
So Steve, I want to thank you again for taking the time to be here, and it's and having the chance to work with you as well. So I know the dealers that I'll be working with, I certainly will share some of this great information with them as well. And so thank you. And I'm sure a lot of dealers will be very interested.
Becky, thank you. First of all, I've watched a lot of what you've done, and I think this is fantastic. You're bringing to the industry lots of insights that are very much needed. I've always been a big believer in the more you can share, the more best practices people can talk about, just the better the industry is. And if the industry is better, everybody within it does great. So, thank you for what you do, and thank you for inviting me to this. I really appreciate it.
Well, it's a pleasure. And I really do enjoy, bringing different insight to what's going on in our industry. It can't be the same old, same old. I'm tired of having these same old conversations. Let's do something. Let's make something happen. And in a more positive way. Why not? And if we're selling more cars and maximizing profits, that's got Becky's name on it.
Yeah. I've been doing this a long time, and I try not to do anything tomorrow that I did yesterday. we try to be inventive and positively disruptive.
Yes. That's it. It's at least if you're doing something rather than nothing, right? Because everybody's hearing the same old, but
right.
What do we need to do to really break out of that box, right? And just make things a little bit better. So
exactly.
And I think I know you're definitely doing that. Thank you again, Steve. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Becky. My pleasure.
So Dora, Muzi, it is a pleasure to have you here today for the F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age. And I got to tell you, you were a major hit on my live talk with Becky Chernek. And I get it. So many people commented that they were very much impressed with that conversation. about how you survived going from traditional to a completely digitalized experience in your store, from online to in dealership to finalizing this transaction online. And so we're going to talk through that.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy process, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. I mean, it's very impressive to know that. I mean, this is not something that you just decide one day, hey, we're just going to do this and make it work. There's a lot of pain involved in something like this, or maybe you're somewhat uncomfortable when it comes to really implementing this change. And that's why it's so impressive.
Yeah, and it wasn't something that happened overnight. It started slowly in the beginning, painfully slow, and we had a lot of ups and downs and a lot of things that we had to go back to the drawing board with and had to make it better. We're at a point where there's always a little something here or there, but we've basically, after 2 years, mastered it. So there really isn't any problems, and it's just a convenient way of doing business. So just another way of doing business. We still have people that want to come in, believe it or not. And a lot of the salespeople will say, we could do this all digitally. You could go home and we'll, because sometimes they even just, rather let's go home and we'll get the F&I will do it there. And a lot of them just go, no, I want to do it here. So you never lose those customers. They're always going to there's customers that are going to want to see the car. They want to come in a dealership. They want things explained. And then you have customers that, we had a customer here the other night that wanted to do his paperwork, and his wife was at work and she couldn't be here. So we had him sign on our iPads, his part, and emailed the same documents for her signature. And before you knew it, we were able to deliver that car. And before, we wouldn't have never been able to do that. We would have had to wait or find another time for them. And it was convenient for them and they loved it.
So from what I understand, Brian Kramer, your GM, who, he's did a terrific keynote presentation earlier, but, he took when COVID hit, he made a decision that, this is a perfect time. We are changing up. We are really changing up. We are going to take this completely digital, because this is what customers want. And they want to shorten the time it takes to buy a car. They want to reduce this friction, this F&I bottleneck. And we're going to take online, from what goes on online to what we're actually doing in the dealership. We are connecting the disconnect. And he rolled up his sleeves along with the rest of the team. And he said, guys, let's just take a look at this. We're going to look at the technology that supports the type of process that we want to bring in the store.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of, there's different moving parts. You have CDK. Then we have the guys in VIN Solutions, how that pushes over. So there's a lot of different programs, different moving parts. So a lot of different apps that we'll go through on our phones. You could do this anywhere. You gave us everybody has an iPad, and we have CDK on there. They're doing their contracts live there, the buyer's order through a different app in CDK. So all of these things just had to come live on a different platform, not just your computer anymore. And it's all possible. That's the good news. It's possible. And it's nice because I get people in and out of my office a lot faster. They're doing all their DMV paperwork right from their phones. So if I'm backed up with, let's say it's a out-of-state deal, which takes a little bit longer, I can have them already doing some paperwork through their phone. And while I'm working in the background, you're saving a lot of time, which is wonderful. And it doesn't make the customer feel like they're just sitting there doing nothing. It's nice.
Okay, so I really want to, so let's be really clear here. What you have done is taking all the all the paper, all the documents, paper docs off the floor. Everything is, when the customer comes into the dealership, they're able to continue whatever online process, whatever terms that they may have agreed with. They're in that dealership, which I think too that a lot of customers still enjoy coming into a brick and mortar store.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to, do
That'll
their
never go.
right.
That'll never go.
I don't think so either. I mean, it's a great place to be, and so why would they want to go do something else? I mean, other than this beautiful store, your Toyota store in Naples, Florida, right? But they want to start the process to feel as if they're in control of the buying process. Fair to say?
Yeah, I would say that 100%. I mean, it's spot on. We have customers that come in and, you got to put yourself in their shoes. They're basically wanting what we want. When I shop for a car, every 6 months I'm in a different car, but I want to drive the car. I want to meet the salesperson that's working for me. And it's not because I'm in the business, it's because it's just, I think, human nature. We just, a lot of people take a chance and do it completely without seeing the car. But look at the percentage of that. I mean, even before all of this in 2014, when I first entered the business, I was doing internet sales, and I did a couple of internet sales where never looked at the car. I drove the car to their home, and what are you talking about? Out of a year, I did 2, 3 like that. So I think people get afraid that that's where it's heading, and you don't have control over that. First of all, you have control over everything. This is the dealership is our home, and these people are entering our home. So therefore we have control. And if we do everything no differently, the outcome should always be the same.
Well, I think that's where people have a problem or they're concerned. It's a concern.
It's a concern.
Right? Because they feel like I have no control. But yet they don't realize that by giving customers the feeling as if they are in control, they actually have control. Just let them do and shop the way that they want to shop online. And then from there, once the customer has that feel good attitude that, okay, this is the vehicle I selected, here's some terms that I feel I can work with. At that point, that's a great time to get the customer in the dealership, as you said, to go ahead, take a test drive, check it out, and take true ownership. And it doesn't mean, even though that even some stores will actually offer customers even terms that they can complete the financing online. But even that doesn't necessarily mean the end of the year, end of the entire transaction. Customers are still in the dealership. They're still going to test drive that vehicle and work out other terms that might be available to them as well.
Right. The main thing is that you want to be there for their support. So they're going to have questions about, very rare you're going to have somebody want to read the whole contract. But in the end of the day, if that's what they want, don't we let them? We're not here to hide anything. And then when it comes to F&I and just going over products, don't we do that here? Don't we need to know more about them? So we interview them, whether it's on the phone or, I'm not going to ever call somebody, when I get a deal jacket on my desk, and let's suppose we didn't have anything remote. And you would still have the F&I person call and just try to, right, sell a product or two, right? So the difference is that I think it's where you start off your mindset. If your mindset is, oh God, it's so hard and they're never going to buy anything this way. Or, if you take that element out and just say, I just need to know what it is that they need and talk to them and figure it out and build a little rapport. And as soon as you do that, they feel relaxed. They're in their own home. They're not here. And then half the time is just explaining, hey, listen, know that you're going to keep it for 8 years. We do offer an 8-year, service contract that meet all your needs based on your, conversation. I think, I suggest this, or I suggest, it's the same thing. You're going to get customers online. They're going to say, hey, buddy, you're not selling me anything. And it's like, no, I'm not selling them. I'm offering you an opportunity to protect yourself and your vehicle. And how's that any different than when they're here? It isn't. So you shouldn't be afraid of it. It's like saying I'm afraid of the phone, or I'm afraid of, just embrace it. It's the same thing. And it's so nice because literally, if you could have put me in a room that didn't have glass, I could be in here all day doing remote deals in my pajamas, and I would be the happiest person in the world.
See, and a lot of people are just like so against that. They're like, no way, I want that customer in my office because I feel I can control that the best.
I've been doing
you are actually
years.
The highest performer in that store on remote deals. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, and cash.
And cash deals. That's awesome. I mean, those cash deals, everybody, just kind of decides there's something else to do than that cash deal, right? When you know it, they're calling me.
Naples, you get a lot of cash buyers here, and doing a remote deal, they're not in my office, and it's a cash deal. You want to talk about a double yammy? You would get the jacket and everybody's playing hot potato.
That's it.
I don't want, oh my God, it's cash deal. Oh, on top, they're not even here. Forget it.
Oh my God. I know,
No,
right?
no.
It's like they're not even here. And you have that sales associate and he's like, wait a second, where did everybody go? I can't find one person.
Like, why are you so afraid? If they could pay you $48,000 for a car, why wouldn't they pay a couple $1,000s more to protect it? Come on, don't be stupid. Just give me the thing. Let me show you how it's done. Until you are able to do that, then they see that there's hope, right? Oh, well, shoot. How did you do that? Well, how do you normally do it? What's the difference? So I would make them sit next to me and like, come here, come next to mama. And let's put them on speakerphone. You could hear exactly their conversation and my conversation. And their feedback to me is that I'm able to build rapport. I'm really good at building rapport.
You are.
And I think that's the key. They trust me. They it's because I really care. I want to know who an F&I, that's part of our job, right? We're supposed to build rapport, find out how many miles per year they're going to drive that car.
Well, I think one of the things that I really want to hit on here, because I can tell you from my training in dealerships for the past 20 years, well, since menu selling, okay, that I have preached and I have till the cows come home, the importance of getting out there and really meeting the customer. And, call it whatever you want. I don't care if it's a meet and greet, interview, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
I want to talk about that a little bit because you have so many F&I people out there who they understand it, they know it, but they don't do it. And I'm thinking to myself, how do you not do it? And then try to build a rapport. And then with you work with the digital menu. So with Darwin, they also have a survey of questions. And you actually put that digital menu, right, iPad into their hands and let them have control. And I'm going to tell you, that is a tough pill to swallow for our F&I people. They really have a tough time with that one.
With the menu?
Both. The interview and also giving that customer like what you do. What I know, like when we talked at that live talk, you're actually, you give it to them. You want them to have it. You're like, have it. I want you to get into this. I really want you to own this because, once you're in F&I with that customer, they're like totally bought into it.
I want them to enjoy the process, because a lot of people, it's very, let's face it, some people have DocuSign, some people have not. Some people don't know what it is. And it's just like when you sell a car. Would you sell a car without them driving the car, touching the steering wheel? You know, that's how they fall in love with it. That's, to me, how they get used to a process, used to how we're going to be doing business. And the interview is the intro to my iPad and how we're going to be moving forward, because there is no paperwork back here. Or whether they're outside on their chair, they're comfortable maybe with a family of 5, I can come to them. I give them the pad. I just show them how to use it. It's super easy. And I explain to them everything that they put in there, like how many miles per year do they plan on driving. They'll put 15,000 miles. And so then when the menu comes up, that's all going to be based on everything you told the iPad, right? So it's custom just to you. So it's special. So to me, it makes them feel like, you know, she's not actually trying to show me something that doesn't make sense. These are based on how I'm going to drive this car. And all I'm doing is supporting them and explaining it further, you know, what it covers now, you know, labor and maintenance and zero deductibles and, you know, why you might want to consider it, because based on how you're driving. And I mean, we've never had a stump in the road. We all do well with it. So it's obviously, it's not going to change anything. If anything, it should raise your numbers, you know?
So that is really cool. I mean, that's okay. I can appreciate that. But going out, working with other F&I people, they're apprehensive to new things. And some still are having a tough time just with digital menu by itself. It's as if, yeah, I see this digital menu, but I much rather print out a paper menu still. How did, and I know, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth. But I know you also had some concerns, right? About what do you want me to, Brian, you want me to go completely digital. What did he do and what did you do? Because it was uncomfortable.
Yeah, I remember it was, you know, a little over 2 years ago, and I just started F&I, and this was before we did everything digital. So we still did things at some point, you know, the normal paper route way. And so I had just learned it, and it maybe was no more than maybe 3 to 4 months into it. And now I'm thinking, okay, you know, I just got down CDK. I just got down this. And I saw that he was implementing with a couple of F&I people. And I kept thinking, this is so confusing. Oh my God, you know, and terrified. You know, I'm much older than the normal person, I think.
I don't know about that. Believe me, I know F&I people that have been a little bit older.
But, you know, I think the first time I did it, it was with some help. And then once I understood it and did it a couple of times, I was like, wow, this isn't hard at all. And now if I ever had to go to another store for any reason, if I moved and they did it the paper way, I would just cringe. I don't know if I would ever stay in finance, knowing that I'm used to this. There's no, right? But just as I'm used to this, doesn't mean that this is over for this store, right? I have F&I next door that have virtual mask on, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, I got makeup on, Kramer. I mean, come on, I'm not putting the mask on.
Right.
This metaverse, right? That's his new project. Am I going to be afraid of it? Yeah, I'm afraid of everything first, but then once I see it and it, you know, it looks like a lot of fun, maybe some, you know, maybe 1% of our business is going to want to do it metaverse way, but it's at some point everything is going digital, right? We had tape cassettes.
See, here again, I think some of our F&I people don't believe that. I think that they feel as if they can control the change. It's like something else happening, but not here. Not in there. It's not really happening. It's like I can continue to do what I've been doing and I'm okay. They're not seeing what you're seeing. What do you tell them? What do you say?
I would say if you want no CITs and you want to not get deals back in your office and piles of paperwork. I mean, when I clock out, if I have somebody within 45 minutes, they're in and out and I'm leaving with them. I never come in my office and have deals in my office that I have to clean. It's just why would you want to fight something that's easy? It's only because it's painful. And if you can't go through that pain for just a little bit to see the bigger picture, then I don't know what to say, because that's worth the pain. It's worth going through that pain, and it's not any harder. It'll get easier in the end of the day, and it maximizes. Our surveys come back in. They're ecstatic. I mean, the surveys are really, really good. They're happy because they're not here all day. They have a good experience. We make them laugh. I don't know of it any other way at this point. It's the way to go, and it's nice for that person, let's say, who has cancer and now we have COVID, doesn't want to come in a dealership. I mean, isn't it nice to know that she could buy a car and not feel like she's going to get sick?
Right.
It's just a nice thing to offer them.
Yeah. I think, okay, so when you go to do your remote delivery, how do you do it? Are you using your digital Darwin digital menu? I mean, how do you do it? Are you using video? What are y'all doing?
No, we're not using video, though. I mean, we could. We don't. If they're not in the store at all, okay, and we're getting more and more of that, then we make a phone call. We explain the process. We tell them it's a total of 4 emails. And the first one is going to be your DMV paperwork, and your second one is going to be interview. And I'll help them through that. I stay on the phone to help them through the interview. I just say, hey, on your side of your screen, I just want to make sure, what do you see? And they'll tell me exactly, and they'll answer it while I'm on this side with my Darwin and plugging in, what it is, 10 years, road hazard, building some rapport. And then I explain to them, once they see their menu, all the boxes explaining everything, and then they can, with their clicker, they pick and choose what they want. They create their box, and just like if they were in the office, if they don't pick anything, you always question, I'm just out of curiosity, is it the payment, or is it that you didn't like the products, or it's the same exact thing. And if they're not going to buy, they're not going to buy if they were in your office. I got news for you. But if you see that they're questioning something, then you go on, and before you know it, you're bound to sell something, whether it's just a bumper to bumper warranty, or, whatever it is, you're going to sell them something, and then you push over everything, and then there's 2 more contracts, and within 30 minutes, they're done. They're doing something else, and then I'm doing something else, and that's it. And I upload everything to the bank. That's it.
And there you go. And so one of the things that I really want to hit home with is the fact that what you said, no or very little, a little CIT. And with you, a little chargebacks with this whole process. I mean, is that for the entire chain that you've reduced CIT?
Yeah, I remember CITs here were out of control. Yeah. And chargebacks, I mean, 10, 20, some F&I more than that. Mm-hmm. They weren't doing good business. I mean, and when you're transparent, if you're going to have a chargeback that month of $30,000, who cares if you put $130,000 on the books? It relates to the same thing. It's $100,000. on, right?
Yay.
So you're not escaping anything. You're not tricking anybody. So by moving forward and being clean, I mean, my chargebacks are, typically they owe me money at an average of about $800.
I hope you dealers are listening.
And
And F&I people, right?
no,
Everyone.
doing this for 2 years. So something should have caught up to me, right?
Yeah.
Nothing. From day one, just completely clean. Know your programs. That's what we do. We're professionals. And it's nice to know that if I put on the books this month $80,000, that I'm probably going to get paid on $80,000. And if I get a chargeback, I think last month it was $1,600. I was upset. That
I know.
was upsetting to me. But this month they'll probably owe me money again. So it's the nicest thing. I've never seen it before. And that goes for the whole team. We get to see everybody's CITs, and we all are, $4,000 or under as a team.
See, I feel like, I mean, how wouldn't a dealer want to figure how to put this process in place? I mean, just that enough. The CITs and all the headaches and the tag and title stuff that sits there on not getting done. And then you have the constant phone calls. And I'm sure some of you might remember those phone calls from who? The comptroller. I mean, I would think as a dealer, if there's anything, I'd want to get rid of that whole thing. And you can, and still be able to increase and maximize your F&I profits.
Right.
It's like unheard of.
But that's just it. It's something new, just like anything else. I think that as a GM that would have to implement something like this and have to put their foot down and say, hey, we are going to do this, whether you like it or not. And if you don't like it, listen, there's somebody out there that won't do it this way. Right.
Yeah.
But it's putting your foot down and saying, you know what, let's do right by the customer. If your philosophy is always around the customer, making them happy. I mean, these are my customers. They're my family. That you got to look at it that way. These are your brothers, your sisters. Just treat them right. Give them, this is just another thing, another option for them. They're not all going to take it. A lot of them, they're going to want to come in and take delivery of the car, and you get you're in front of somebody. But anybody can do this. Is it easy? No, not at first. But when it does, and you see how you're clean and see how there's nothing else to worry about. You're constantly on top of everything. It's just, it's like a mini miracle. I love it.
So documents, everything's off the floor. It is complete in a sealed jacket that is sent into your office. And for the most part, it's clean. It's right.
Yeah. When we clean our deals, we're not really scanning anything. We're more of uploading to CDK the digital deal jacket, their contract from Route 1, because everything's done digitally. All we're doing is uploading it. So if the controller wants to look at anything, I mean, think of it this way. I can't forge their signatures if it goes to their IP address. Now, can I? I can't. There is no.
I wasn't even going to say anything like
compliance, right?
Yeah.
You come back and say to me, hey, this signature doesn't seem right, or you can't because it's not my IP address. That IP address belongs to that customer. They signed it. So you avoid a lot of things that I don't think you think about too much. One of them is just being compliant.
Yeah. Well, I feel is, again, knowing that the documents, everything is clean. Well, the deal is clean. Registrations, DMV, DL, is it DLR? Is that right?
Yeah, DLR is how we do our DocuSign DMV paperwork. If it's a trade, it's about 19 documents. Without a trade, it's about 10. And it's the same documents. We have them signed years ago with paper, except it's not, the 19 pieces of paper, duplicate title. They just sign their name once, and on their phone, it's just click, 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 and I'm 2 seconds.
So, okay, well, great, Dora. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you on the F&I Master Series Forum, the digital age. Glad you were able to be here with us.
So much fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now that was really cool. Thanks, Dora. If dealers aren't waking up now, I don't know what else we can actually do. Every deal matters. Every dollar matters. So we got to make it a point to scrutinize your workflow. Have you modernized your retail? If not, why not? Okay, so we have an incredible lineup of speakers this afternoon. So you got to hold on to those chairs. But before we get started, let me share this afternoon lineup of featured speakers with you. Brian Davis, he's the National Director with Orbi. And if you're not quantifying your data, you are missing flaws in your process. You can't manage what you don't know. Steve Zabawa, he's the DR expert with WebBuy. Customizing the dealership experience will be monumental for success. Every dealer is different in how they view digital retailing. James Lawrence, CEO of Sensitive Data, well, he talks about dealers who are vulnerable to this legal scrutiny if they don't put those steps in place to assure that their customer data is protected from these third-party providers and malicious malware attacks, that they could actually be paying millions in fines. Michael Bolnez, National Director with Value Shield, he's talking about this diminished value. There are more accidents than a total loss. Can you believe that? Offering a product that builds retention and helps the customer to obtain a higher value when it comes to trading in their next car. And Tom Klein, he is CEO, founder of Better Advantage, discusses why dealers must review insurance policies that many still don't realize. They don't have cybersecurity insurance, which can cost millions for those that are not protected. Tully Williams, Dennis Gingrich from the Neelio Company. Well, they're going to close out the day, and we're discussing why building a tight relationship between that service department and finance just makes all the sense. Take away the roadblocks and sell more service contract, increase customer satisfaction, and repeat business. So let's go ahead. Let's get this afternoon going.